fart pee poo burp fart shit.
True, Sean. Let's get serious. Michita sono hei wa kare no shori no omomi de kute iru yodata. Don't ask where the lameness came from, because I have no clue. You are chill, then fuck you, bitch.
Valium why you saw by 200 times, do you just need attention from Papa Edox?
True! Have a great night, and remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! The struggle of the political leader in holding the country together. So think of them as the ruling military power of the tree, and Husai is the ruling leader of the Adventurers Guild, which is the military outside of the tree. So, oh my god, this is so beautiful. This is why I love having like such a vast, deep world, because when I'm pinning things together, I can just throw shit down, and it fits. It makes sense. It's perfect. So in the first chapter, at the very, very end, Torg comes out of the thing, and he's like, help! 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 And there's someone standing there who says, my dear child, the deeds you've done this day are going to echo in eternity. Then he draws his sword, and with a maniacal smile on his face, walks over to Torg, and slowly presses his blade into his heart, saying, shh, go to sleep. And that's exactly what the Monarch does to Zaid. But that's the thing, is that there's like different scales of enemies, right? Less than human level, there's the human level, there's the slightly above human level, and then there's all of those in like a small group, then there's all of those in a large group, then there's like higher level consciousness, and then there's like Fafnir, then there's like the dragons, and then there's like Gaia. Quote of the day. Do you think I might stand taller in black? Good for you if you got the reference. But remember, guys, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Win so much I could have played something extreme. I think I've calmed down. I wonder if there are StarCraft. Oh, 100%, dude. 100 fucking. Why do you think those chicks are sitting in the front holding signs, and they're covering their face? You told me I should pick a Zerg or Protoss. I guess I'll have to do something. Isn't it just that Sulky doesn't want Zergs in his own group, so he's handing them over to you? Isn't that it? Welcome, Sean. How's it going? We're doing the group nominations today! We can pick Zerg. Sulky shouldn't. I don't think that was it. Can't wait to see if Rain does indeed end up picking a Zerg. If you had to appeal to someone, who would you turn your gaze towards? I think it'd be good to have either a Zerg, a Terran. Yeah, if there was one of either. I found out how to get a Be Right Back screen. I like it. I deleted my Be Right Back screen. I'm retarded, and I just haven't remade it. Tough. Snow says picking a Terran might be a risk. He's choking on his water! I'll watch him play and learn! That's C's pick. Next up, Snow. Snow is deep in consideration. Your natural enemy, Barracks, remains out of the Terrans. I think Group A wants me? So even if you get snatched, let's just go for a gamble first, says Light. Let's try it. D4 and A4 are just a matter of location. Is he going to try and gamble? The 3. Honestly, it was Bisu's response. Alright, here's Action's choice. He said he'd pick whoever he wanted to, and he's picking Bisu! In which case, Scan, have you decided? Yes. But I want to still hear what Hero thinks. Remember, guys, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! We'll get him to give us a goal, and if it sucks, we'll make something.
Okay.
So if any of the prompts that it gives suck, we'll just replace them. Interference may still affect delicate tech, like Grunther's tools during the lock bypass. With this in mind, describe how the party handles the terminal's biometric lock and the remaining pulse interference to access it. I'll judge the outcome.
We'll take the risk with the...
Yeah, I think that's just the best thing to do, is take a risk.
Yeah.
Zephyr's street smart instincts guiding their search through the Techromancer Guild's encrypted archives, while Silco's holoshield projects a rune-enchanted interface to counter residual pulse interference. Their combined efforts swiftly locate and extract the decryption key onto a quantum drive, but Grunther's trap triggers prematurely, electrifying one guard and alerting others.
Should we focus on... Actually...
She's useless here, I think.
Yeah.
She's gonna be good if we get into a fight, though.
Okay, we're trying to be fast as we can.
Yeah.
Right? Although the thing is, if you're playing with a DM, you know, you'd be able to ask little questions a lot. Like, you know, where's the grate? You know, is this a grate on the ceiling, or is it on the wall?
Or is it on the floor? Like,
you don't want to be asking Grok that.
Yeah. I guess place is abstract unlike everything else. It's just, the AI works better in abstracts. So, an alleyway near the library.
Gruntler barrels through back alleys with saber ready, but his blunt demeanor. There it is, blunt. Nearly provokes a confrontation. The guards stretch thin.
Yo, boys, how's it going? We back! Oh, man, yesterday was a fucking day, right? Woo! So I didn't do, like, any editing or anything. I just fucking passed out for, like, 16 hours. I was like, I'm fucking done. So we got a lot to catch up on for editing-wise, but other than that, I think we have enough. I was worried I was going to run out of space on the PC again. Run into that fucking issue, but no, we seem to be pretty good, so no worries on that. But yeah, so complete success. Not really, though. We didn't do the house tour. We kind of passed out. It is what it is, though, right, guys? Can't really complain. I had a fun time, though. I enjoyed it. It was a little brutal at the end, trying to, trying to stay awake that last hour. Oh my god, that was so hard. We did it. That's what matters. We got to 24 hours. Probably not going to do that again. We'll see how it goes next year, you know? I might have bigger plans next year, but whether those actually go through or not is a totally different story, right? So we still got to do the raffle for the trophy. It still hasn't arrived, so I got to talk to them tomorrow about that. See what's going on. But it really doesn't seem like anyone's interested in this, you know? It's like one of those things where it's like, I think it's a cool idea. I think it's interesting. But apparently no one else does. So, you know, I gotta start thinking like other people. I gotta stop thinking like myself. Because apparently thinking like myself isn't getting me anywhere. Sadly. But that's how she goes, right? Can't win them all. So we just do what we can, right? That's all there is to it. But today, we're going to do a little bit of an exercise in the commentary section about what it would actually take to completely destroy the government. Of course, this is related to the Epstein files. We're talking like, what would happen if every single official in every single government in the entire world was tied to Epstein? And we basically killed every single one of them. What would the world look like? Because, like, you know, I gotta say it, Elon Musk fired 80% of Twitter. It works the exact same way, you know? I just literally think Warhammer 40k, like the Emperor's skeleton sitting on the fucking throne. The universe is still going round, but the Emperor's not there to fucking do anything. How does everything work if the Emperor's not fucking there? Well, because everyone just assumes the Emperor's fucking there. And people just assume that they are pretty much the Emperor, right? So, I don't know. We'll see how that goes. I'm not sure. Because I'm pretty sure someone would step up and replace them. Like, basically instantly. So I don't think it's an issue of getting rid of everyone and the government would completely fuck up the world. I think maybe for a day, 2 days, then we get everything straight in order and we'd know. Well, whoever took over for them. Because, you know, this is the thing no one talks about. I haven't heard anyone say, I mean, it's really fucked up to say, but, like, who has been the replacement for Jeffrey Epstein since, like, he was arrested? Because you think all of these top-level officials just all of a sudden stopped? Hell nah! They got other sources, bro! This is just one guy! Like, that's what I don't hear enough people say. It's like, well, what about his replacement? Like, these people still have to be doing this shit, right? Like, they don't just stop! Like, what? That's not how it works. How does it work with anything else? No. They're going above and beyond to do that shit, so it's like, they ain't gonna stop, they gonna find a fucking way. So, maybe we should be searching for that. So, that's interesting. So, what happens if absolutely every single person, if we're like, okay, if you're not a pedophile and you weren't involved, just resign. And see how much of the government actually resigns. That would be interesting as well. But yeah, so I got some plans for that. Some questions, you know. Alright. But, you know, that's enough of an intro, I guess. Alright, we can get into this now. Just grab my notes here. And today we're doing writing secrets. Yeah, I don't know. You tell me it's a secret. I can't tell you this. Because it's a secret, right? I mean, it's perfect. Alright. Okay, kill this for now. And let's get right into it.
Read a lot of writing books, but last month I went on a tear and I read 23 of them. What I'm going to do is I'm going to share you my 8 favorite insights that I got from them, and then I'm also going to tell you which books I didn't choose and why. Let's start with number 1, Benjamin Percy's book, Thrill Me. And the point I took from this is create a set piece. Percy brings up this old screenwriting advice called MMM, which stands for Moments Make Movies. This just means that in a story, whether it is a movie or your novel, you need one moment that is completely unforgettable. When the reader closes your book, they're going to remember it until they die. And if something didn't immediately spring to mind for you, like, oh yeah, that's mine.
Yeah. It's definitely Zaid's death. 100%. I just imagine his grand speech at the end, basically stating that you're all fools, your eyes are closed, you'll never see the truth, and you're all living in your own graves. And then the monarch fucking cuts his head off. And it's just like, oh my fucking god. And you know it's completely embellished to a point to make a point because it's a play, but it should hit all the fucking same. Because the idea is that's basically what happened. And they're trying to do it like one for one from witness testimony, essentially.
I'm gonna suggest that you probably don't have one. In Dune, it's when Paul Atreides rides a sandworm. Simply epic. In Cormac McCarthy's The Road, it's when the father and his son find out what's in the basement. In The Untouchables, it's when a baby carriage tumbles down the stairs during a gunfight. Now, your set piece, as Percy calls these moments, isn't necessarily your climax. It can be your climax, but it doesn't have to be. It's simply the most memorable moment of your book, wherever that might appear in your story. Now, Percy's main advice is to draw this moment from something in your own life. He tells a personal story of when he put an offer on the house, but the house was above a lava tube, and over the next year or two, eventually everything sort of caved in and fell into this lava tube, and he made that the basis of this really memorable short story in one of his collections. Now, 3 of the books that I read but I'm not talking about are like old school books from the 70s and the 80s giving writing advice, and it doesn't work because it's all really obvious stuff. There wasn't anything for me to deliver to you. So we're gonna skip those and move on to the second book that I chose, which is How Not to Write a Novel by Howard Middlemark and Sandra Newman. And their advice is to make your characters
have a plan. How would you say this? Okay, so Husai's got a plan and a goal. His plan is what to do with the Warriors of Light. His goal is to find the Warriors of Light. Gluttony and Varius's plan would be for Varius spreading his philosophy through his plays, and for Gluttony it would be to try everything that's edible and non-edible on the planet. He has different priorities. Like Walker, Walker's was always defined to like see the most magnificent thing in the world, which would have either been a dragon or being part of the 100-Year Quest. In this case, he gets both of his plans. Hildebrand's plan is to bitch out and be like, yeah, I ain't having none of this. And Yap's plan... Yap's a little bit of an odd out, because Yap's following Walker. And she's kind of stuck in the middle between Hildebrand and Walker. Because she understands why Hildebrand doesn't want to be an adventurer anymore. But she doesn't want to leave Hildebrand behind. Hildebrand's like, don't worry about it, man. Go live your dream with Walker. You guys want to be adventurers? I'm still going to be here. I'm just going to be doing something a little bit different. Right?
Have a plan. So in this book, they're talking about complications and pacing, especially in the middle of the novel. And they bring up, like, listen, you need to have your characters have a plan. A plan can fuel your plot. A plan can sustain that sometimes saggy middle of your novel. A plan foreshadows. It tells the reader what they can expect in the next pages of the novel. It helps the reader anticipate what's going to happen. If you have some element of romance in your book, then a plan could just be a plan to win the love interest. Some sort of scheming so they can win over their hearts. If you're writing some sort of swashbuckling adventure or some kind of thriller, your characters also need some kind of plan to give organization to the plot. And of course, every single heist storyline obviously needs a plan of how they're going to carry out the heist. Even a book about slavery, right? They have a plan for how they will escape. But remember that this book is called How Not to Write a Novel. So what Howard and Sandra say is the big mistake that some writers make is making things go according to plan. They say when there is a plan, things cannot go according to it. Because then in that case, there's no excitement for the reader. It needs to diverge in some way. They need to make the best plan possible, but then something goes wrong. Maybe they have to adjust.
Well, it takes everything Husai has, and he literally has to break the rule imposed on him by Gaia to not spill the beans. And he says, I've tried fucking everything. I can't win her over. I'm going to spill the beans. And spilling the beans is what wins her over. So he has to completely break every pretty much vow he's taken. And like, even like to an, a point where his own body will refuse to do it. If he tried to tell someone the truth, basically Gaia would stop him. And it's like the mental block that everyone else has that stops them from seeing and realizing these things. But Husai sees them and realizes them, he just can't communicate them to other people. So the idea that his love for her is so strong, it overcomes the innate ability of Gaia to prevent him from saying these things to people. And how broken it makes Husai after that, even after she's seen him rise from Zaid, is like even more significant to that. Of like, you know, I'm so glad you're becoming a crafter that you're not going to be in harm's way anymore. And like that's literally the conversation that they're having. And he almost like encourages her, because he's still falling in, this is like just after, like he's still somewhat falling into the old pit holes of trying to protect people instead of just like, you know, letting people just have to do what they have to do, right? Varius's plan gets completely fucked because the Beastman can't understand, like, his ideas are too complicated for the Beastman, so he can't perform for the Beastman. The adventurers don't give a shit about him, and he can't go back to the tree anymore. He's like, fuck, I lost my audience! Shit, what am I supposed to do? Gluttony, however, he likes to try anything, so maybe he almost dies or something like that from eating something. And they're like, dude, you really gotta stop doing it. He's like, I gotta eat it, even a little bit. He's just, I don't care. Just, fuck. So when you plan to eat everything, you're gonna eat something that's fucking poisonous or something you're allergic to. Something you're not supposed to fucking eat. Walker is basically humbled by Fafnir. Like, he sees the most amazing thing he's ever seen. He's so fucking terrified by it. Like he, you know, he literally, like, shits his pants and runs away or some shit like that. Like, it's just so far beyond anything he could have thought of in scope. Then obviously for Zaid, things don't go his way because he fucking dies.
In some way, or change their strategy on the
Or even at the beginning, Zaid's plan to try to leave the tree and Husai catching him and being like, nah! Get back in there, bitch!
I mean, this is probably most Mission Impossibles, where the first plan that they're trying to carry out fails in spectacular and horrible ways. And what that setback does is it forces the characters to come up with another plan, which is great for storytelling. But let me give a little exception here. If you want your character's plan to actually succeed, then what you do is you have the plan occur off the page or off the screen. If you don't let your readers know the plan, only your characters know the plan, that's the sign that the plan actually will succeed, because it keeps the reader in the dark. And so they learn the plan for the first time while the plan is actually succeeding, and that totally works. So for number 3, I actually thought for a hot half second whether I should use my own book, The Linchpin Writer, for some advice. And then I'm like, it's kind of a douchebaggy thing to do. So you're just going to have to buy it and read it on your own. Instead, for number 3, we're going to look at Charles Baxter's The Art of Subtext. And here he gives advice to cramp your characters. He says that a dramatist should always be on the lookout for opportunities to crowd the characters, to cramp them into insufficient quarters. Why? Why? What sort of writing advice is this? Well, when you get your characters into the closest quarters possible, it's like putting rats in a cage. There's a lot more possibilities for conflict when your characters are squished up against one another. Growing up, I shared a room with 2 of my brothers, and that small confined space with all 3 of us led us to fight a lot more than if we'd each had our own bedrooms. So this cramped technique works in elevators, particularly fights in elevators like Captain America's Winter Soldier, or it also works for romance in elevators like 500 Days of Summer. It's working in Stephen King's The Shining, where everyone is trapped in a hotel during a snowstorm. This cramp technique is working in Life of Pi, where we see Pi stuck on a very small boat with a tiger. And it's working in The Hateful Eight by Quentin Tarantino, where you have 8 strangers stuck in a stagecoach stopover. So your goal with your novel is to find scenarios where you can compress your characters into the smallest space imaginable and then see the sparks fly. Now, if you fail to do this, if you're like, I'm not going to take John's advice, what does he know? Well, what happens is there's significantly less pressure on your characters. Sometimes as an editor, I see this where you have a whole novel where the antagonist and the protagonist are separated. So there's a lack of tension because they're never in the same room. So either they're not communicating at all, or maybe they're only communicating over the phone or something, but without them in the same physical proximity, you have a lot less stress and tension than you could have. Now, here's a couple
and that's kind of what we have, but it's supposed to, you know, it's like vicariously, like the Viceroy talking about the monarch and stuff like that. Slow reveals about the history and about, like, what the Beastmen think of the monarch, right? Because the Beastmen fucking hate the monarch, like, religiously. Like, it's in their religious texts that the war is based on. So it's like, but their texts are, like, that's the hardest part, is no one really understands it except for the Beastmen, and they can't really get the idea across, so people can't read it. Because writing is almost completely different than speaking because of the way that consciousness works. So writing is actually, like, very, very odd. And that's the only unification of it is inside of the tree. All of the Beastmen use different kinds of writing despite all being able to communicate. So, and that's literally, they use the kipu, which is the braided strings. And it's like the different braids and different knots are literally different words and different sentences. And it tells a fucking story. But no one knows that. And that's the tablet that they're looking for. But it's just a communication error through the way that the language is said, because to them that's what a tablet is. It's something that holds information, right? So it's very understandable why it would be translated to. Oh shit! What did I just do? What was I saying? Shit, I forgot.
In the same room. So either they're not communicating at all, or maybe they're only communicating over the phone or something, but without them in the same...
Oh, the other thing is that you think kind of like, you're supposed to think off the bat like, oh, Beastmen are bad. And you find out the difference between bad Beastmen and good Beastmen. And then there's the idea of, oh, well, we have the total amount of octopi, avians, and insectoids versus only having like a specific type of beastman, because especially in the beginning area, like each city is based in a different beastman territory, but as you get further and further away from the tree, the cities get smaller, and just the territory in general and like the influence that adventurers have is like smaller. So on the further outskirts, it's more beastman territory than it is adventuring territory. But Ifrit, Garuda, and Titan, I believe, are the closest cities to the tree. And then everything else is on the fringe, on the outskirts. Like Shiva's at the north, Leviathan's at the bottom. Rama's either to the east or the west, I can't remember. But yeah.
Physical proximity, you have a lot less stress and tension than you could have. Now here's a couple books that I read, but I ended up not drawing anything from. They're actually, all three of them are fantastic books, and I recommend you read all of them. But I've talked a lot about those topics in my Book Fox Academy videos, and I didn't want to repeat them in this video. For the fourth lesson, let's look at Lajos Egri's The Art of Dramatic Writing. And a great point that he makes in this book is you need to create
tri-dimensional characters. Tri-dimensional characters.
He says to make a complete character that is believable on the page, you need these three things. The first one is physiology, their actual physical body. What do they look like? For instance, look at Gollum in Lord of the Rings. Here's a character who is emaciated, who has large eyes, who sort of walks with a stoop, almost like a hunchback. And those outward physical attributes mirror his internal physical deterioration. The second part of a tri-dimensional character, according to Lajos, is their sociology. Look at Offred in The Handmaid's Tale. There are very distinctive costumes, we have ritualized interactions, and there is very strict physical organization of spaces into male and female. Now, even if you're not writing a genre with a lot of world building like fantasy or sci-fi or dystopian or something, there still is sociological components that you need to include in your book. Say you're writing about a marriage, I mean, every single marriage has their own little sociological microcosm. What is it like for this couple? And the third...
Well, in this case, it'd be an inauguration, so it's, you know, someone coming into power in a royal status. So it's like a royal succession, essentially.
Thing that he says that every single character needs is a deep sense of psychology. Look at Amy Dunn in Gone Girl. She is calculating, she holds a lot of resentment, and she has this amazing ability to weave false narratives. I mean, as far as revenge planning goes, I would not want her against me. So if your character has a complex sense of physiology, sociology, and psychology, your character is going to feel real on the page. Here are a few other books that I read, but I didn't end up drawing any insights from. They are mostly time-based books that help you with a program on how to finish your novel in X amount of time, X amount of weeks, X amount of days, etc. They're good, motivating books. I really don't have anything bad to say about them. And if you want to check them out, the link is in the description. The fifth piece of advice that we're going to look at is from Damon Knight, his book, Creating Short Fiction. And his advice is, don't forget about constraints.
Okay, don't forget about constraints. This goes back to the limits of a magic system say more about it than what it can do. The mesh between your equipment and your character's strength / stamina. How long can they swing their sword? How much magic can they cast? How long can they run for? I like that. Gives you more of a sense, because limitations are super important.
So constraints are actually really good for creative work. If you go into a project and you just have a completely open canvas, it's much more difficult to write a compelling story. And really, my advice is to artificially create constraints for your fiction. Yeah, self-impose those suckers. That's right, say, I'm not going to do this. Damon Knight offers these little Goldilocks illustrations to show his point about constraints. You can't have too few constraints. This is when the character is in
he's
a
rocking the
desert
stash today. Yeah, the last couple of videos he's had a stash, bro. It's
you can
pretty
also
sick.
have too many constraints. This is when a character is in a well and the well's covered up and the character doesn't have any options for what to do. Also, maybe the novelist doesn't have any options for what to do. But he says the just right amount of constraints is putting your character in a maze. There are multiple options, but there's not infinite amount of options. So what are some constraints that you could do in your own fiction? I got examples. Let's check out these 4. First, establish time limits. The story has to take place within this time frame.
I hate time limits, not doing that.
Like Michael Cunningham's The Hours. The entire novel takes place within a single day in the lives of 3 different women. The second constraint might be format. Say you choose to tell your entire story through letters.
Yeah, no,
okay, that's
this
a
is first person
that's
view.
A great constraint. Look at The Perks of Being a Wallflower by Stephen Chbosky. The entire book
That's probably the
is
biggest
Charlie
one.
writing letters. A third constraint that you could have on your book is a limited cast. Now, this might not be right for your book if you're writing this sprawling
format
epic,
one is
if
definitely.
you want to try telling your story with, say, just 2 or 3 characters, that is a really difficult constraint. But for an example, look at On Chesil Beach by Ian McEwan. Basically has 2 main characters, a newly married husband and wife on their honeymoon, on their wedding night. A fourth constraint might be communication limitations. You might have a character who doesn't speak at all, like in The Shape of Water by Guillermo del Toro, where there is a mute protagonist who communicates through sign language with this non-verbal amphibian creature. But let's get to our 6th insight. This is coming from James Scott Bell in Plot and structure. And he talks about subplotting your way to greatness. Now,
All
I'm
right.
sure that all of your concentration in your book has gone toward the main plot, right?
Nah,
And
not
I'm
really,
wondering,
actually.
how much attention have you given to your subplot? And
Look
one thing
at
that
way
Bell
too much
does
attention
really
to the
well
characters
is he talks about the
themselves.
difference between your main plot and your subplot. He says that the subplot is thematic and that the subplot is concerned with what your main characters need to learn. He also divides them by saying that the subplot is often interior and personal, while the main plot tends to be more public and external. For an example of
definitely
this,
see that.
let's look at The Hunger Games by Suzanne Collins. The main plot is Katniss participating in the games and then later on leading a revolution. The subplot would be her conflicted feelings about Peeta and Gale. Or look at the movie Arrival, which was based on a novella called Story of Your Life by Ted Chiang. The main plot would be the linguist Banks leading a team to communicate with aliens who have landed on Earth. The subplot would be the way that Banks gains a non-linear perspective of time and then makes a really difficult choice to have that child despite knowing its tragic future. Or in Cormac McCarthy's No Country for Old Men, the main plot would be the violent pursuit of stolen drug money across the Texas landscape, while the subplot is about the sheriff Tom Bell's interior struggle with aging and delusionment in a world he doesn't understand anymore. So the main mistake that I see are subplots that mirror the main plot. It's doing big, grand external things rather than going deeply personal, rather than going into the character and having them wrestle internally. Get that personal dimension. Doesn't matter how you do it, in the main plot, in the subplot, but you gotta get that personal dimension. So I did read 4 books this month that I didn't talk about in this video, which I would describe as being more inspirational books. These are books where if you're having a tough time writing, they just like spur you on and sort of cheer you on. I'm not talking about them on this channel because this channel is much more about craft than about inspiration, but if you wanna check them out, go for it. Let's step right into the 7th insight, which is from Deborah Spark, and then something happened. Clearly she didn't watch my titling video where I said, you're not supposed to title something, something happened. But you know what? This is a craft book and it's sort of tongue in cheek, so it's okay, Deborah. Her point in this book is make your character's psychology match their prose. Psychology match their prose. Now, you could take this in a really obvious way. You could say that someone who doesn't have a very good education tends to speak with a lower diction level. Okay, my guess is you probably heard that before and it's not much of an insight. But I think Deborah Sparks goes a little bit further. What she does is she encourages us to think about this rule more metaphorically. For instance, a character who has a broken sense of self might speak in a lot more broken sentences. So in that case, you would radically up the number of fragment sentences in your story. Or a character who is trapped.
That's kind of like Duarte, where he has this clash inside of himself with what he wants to do and what his parents want him to do and what he's been taught his entire life, and he is consistently turning slightly away from the path his parents laid out for him, that they've specifically said don't deviate from this path, and he just keeps slowly deviating from it, and that the more he deviates from it, the more of like a stutter and the more like confidence he almost loses in himself, until he's boosted by Cullis's death to the point of like, my parents can't say anymore that I don't understand because basically my best friend fucking died to this. So what if he used royal we? Like I do with the chat when I say like us and we. Like, we're gonna do this because I want to make you guys feel included in what I'm doing. But it's just he has like he just hesitates, and it's almost like a moment of collecting his thoughts, of being like, hold on, should I actually say this? It's a bit like that, but it more means we, the government. I think it's more of like he's hesitant to say things because he's worried that he's going to say something that he shouldn't. So when he's going to say something, he like takes a double take before he says it. So he has this little bit of a delay where he'll start saying something, and then he'll kind of like pause and like fidget, and then either not say what he was going to say or say what he was going to say. And be like, oh, you know what, actually, That's like the whole idea of when he's talking to his dad. And he goes like, and his dad's like, I know exactly what you're gonna say. Don't even fucking say it. And he's like, I can't even preempt shit. It's like he just instantly gets shut down. So that's where that kind of mannerism comes from, is his always being shut down when he tries to say something. So it's like, I gotta make sure I say it in a way that doesn't get me in trouble, I guess.
In some sort of cycle or pattern might speak in a very circular way. For a character like that, you might want to up the number of catchphrases or repeated phrases that they use because they can't break free of that repetition. Or maybe
like
just
the way that I say like and 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 what's the other one? Right? It's like I literally every day I go through and I'm like editing. And it's like I have to cut out like 4 likes because I just say or like this like that. The word I associate with you is exactly. Oh, you know what's funny? You know what my actual word is that I've actually okay. Let me say. Do you think literally is a word that I use a lot? Because it used to be like the word that I use. I would just say literally for everything. To point my entire family just look at me and go like, "Oh, literally?" Like they see me and they go, "Oh, literally?" And it's just like, "Oh my god, it's such a fucking meme in our family." Cuz I'll just say, "Yeah, fucking literally." And they're like, "Literally?" Can't recall you saying it much on here. Okay, that's good cuz I've been trying to work it out of my vocabulary. Unless I, like, should say it. Because it's actual literally. Like, we should literally make all of the government resign.
who is very uncertain about where to
Or I
go.
guess a better way to say it is, if you had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein, you have to resign. And see how many people resign.
In life, they will end up using a lot more qualifiers in their speech. So they often use words like maybe and perhaps and I think. Now, there are 2 other books that I read this month that are sort
Literally in Minecraft.
of compendiums of advice. Lots of little tidbits and little short sections. If you learned really well in that format, once again, the link is in the description. Check these 2 out. Now, the very last insight that we're getting from the books that I read is by Jamie Attenberg, and it's called 1,000 Words. This is an anthology of a whole bunch of different authors, and we're gonna look at advice from Disha Filyal. She says, use mathematical formulas.
Hey, this is what I do. Because people love math, and when you choose things like, for instance, like, I guess this would be a good example, is like, Muffin was talking about a use of the Fibonacci sequence. Structuring of a story could easily use the Fibonacci sequence for different, for hitting different notes and points in the story. It's almost an expectation at this certain point that this thing happens. And you can build that expectation through having set points that people can realize. Like every, 3 pages, 5 pages, 7 pages, using prime numbers or something like that for like, it's like it slowly expands out more, whereas the Fibonacci sequence kind of minimizes down more. Just creating my own formulas, like thinking about the characters and the plot and the locations and the time periods, especially for like creating the backstory for the world and everything like that. Circle of primes would be good since it's harder to predict. Yeah. And you could even start at a random number, right? And it's like you do the entire intro, let's say up to, I think 79's a prime, right? I mean, like a high low 70s, high 90s, like. Is 95 a prime? I don't know, but something like that. Yeah, see, I have no idea, but 95 is not? Okay. Oh, it's a multiple. It's not. It's 5. I'm fucking retarded. It's a multiple of 5. I'm an idiot. Of course. Duh. So yeah, something like you hit page 79, and then from there, every chapter is a prime number, and each chapter gets exponentially longer until it's like almost the last quarter of the book is an entire chapter. Just as like something completely different that no one would expect, but it follows this lineage that almost feels natural. So that's a good way to like go outside of the bounds and still feel like for some reason grounded and natural. And they won't know why, but they'll feel that way. And that's because it has a mathematical presence to it.
To structure your books. Now I gotta say, I have not heard this advice before, and trust me, I read like an enormous amount of fiction craft books. So I find this approach very interesting and also very counterintuitive, because you think like math is kind of the opposite of fiction, isn't it? Well, to her, no. She really likes using if-then statements, which basically she takes from conditional statements in geometry. She uses these conditional if-then statements to describe her plot. If the protagonist establishes firm rules of engagement while having affairs with married men, then she'll maintain the upper hand. But she also offers this second if-then statement. If she maintains the upper hand, then she'll be happy. And the reader's like, oh, I don't think that's true. That's exactly where the plot flourishes, right? That the character's belief is probably not true. Sometimes Phil Yaw thinks about her plot in terms of an algebraic equation.
Well, that's like Husai. Like, he doesn't want to be the chosen one, and he thinks if he ever is the chosen one, he's gonna fail. So he just doesn't want to think that he's the chosen one. But it just keeps being thrown in his face that, yeah, maybe he's the fucking chosen one. And the time that he accepts that he's the chosen one is the one time he gets denied. Because he's like, fuck it, fine. If I'm the chosen one, take me over. And the guy's like, it's not really how it works. Sorry. Like, he's like, but you made me this way. And it's like, yeah, but again, like, you won't be able to understand, but it's way beyond your comprehension. But like, I made you so we could communicate. I didn't make it so you could survive my like embedding of your consciousness. And you don't understand the stakes of losing your consciousness. So it's like a child trying to consent to something, and the parent's like, you don't understand what that's gonna mean in 20 years from now. Like, dude, if you get the brand from Berserk on your face at 8 years old or 12 years old, you're gonna have a bad time when you're 25. I'm just telling you, right? Something like that.
2 plus X equals Y. So 2 represents the premise. She has 2 characters from opposite sides of the country meet at a conference. And Y is her ending. It's where she wants to go. She wants to have these 2 characters make love to one another 9 months later. So in that case, the book is kind of like solving for X. What happens in that interim to get them from meeting for the first time to making love? What can be the obstacles or difficulties in their way? How does that relationship develop? If she can solve for X, then she can write the novel. Hey, I hope that was helpful. Check out those books in the description below. Subscribe to BookFox Academy if you haven't, and happy writing. If you are struggling with the beginning of your...
True. Alright. Another video down, boys. That was pretty fast.
As you might be able to guess,
There you go. If you want to check out some more BookFox. RimWorld Odyssey came out today, so I'll for sure be dipping to stream that in a few. Ooh, I didn't know that. Interesting. Cool. Hell yeah. That's what it's all about, bro. Gotta get on the new stuff, right? Okay, so we got this. Let's Writing secrets. Go back to this. Turn this on. Okay, so we've got all of the dialogue. Now we have to separate all of the prose. How did the 24-hour stream go? I stopped by briefly, but you're doing makeup stuff. Yeah, it was fucking awesome. Unfortunately, everything took a lot longer to set up, so I never got to sleep before the stream. So, like, 9 o'clock, 9:30, I passed out. But fucking smoky, because I had the TV on, so I could hear the TTS. And Smokey, literally for like an hour and a half, just spammed gay. Gay, 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 gay. So I got super pissed off and I just turned the TV off. And I didn't set an alarm or anything because I had a video playing for like a timer. And yeah, I slept in. And I passed like my window to do the house tour. So that never happened. But everything else was great. I had a lot of fun. We were just fucking around. We never finished the story. We never even got close to finishing the story. By the end, I was just so tired. I was just like, I am fucking so done. I just want to go pass out. I'm paying attention to UK politics. I heard something about today about one in, one out, where they're like, oh, from like the France PM or something like that. Something about immigrants, but no, not really. Why? Something big happened? Something big happened? Like we're gonna find out right now. We go here. And we can figure out how much it will take for the government to actually get shut. Reform are making waves. Looks like I have no idea who that is. Is he like, is that good or is that bad? Is he gonna be the next Hitler or is he Nigel Farage? I have no idea how to say that. Is he like the next Trudeau? Is he the next Trump? Like, wait, I can't use Grok 4? Bastards. Is he like some right-wing crazy guy, some left-wing crazy guy, some just... He's a moderate. People want him to be further to the right than he actually is. Interesting. So not this Prime Minister, not the next Prime Minister, but the third Prime Minister. So in like 16 years from now. What's 16 years from now? That's 30. That's fucked up. That's 41. Next UK like is next year. So it'd be 42 then, because it's every 6 years for you guys, right? Not every 4 years. No, it'd be 18 then, right? I'm doing the math wrong. It'd be 3 times 6, right? So not this one, not the next one, not the next one, but the one after that. So 18 years, so like 44. It'll be like 100 years after World War II. You guys elect another fucking... Yup. But hey, they'll call him the true Hitler, but all he'll do is get rid of all the immigrants. And then people will be like, all of the UK will be like Poland. And everyone will be happy. And then, you know, we'll have the slow flow of legal immigrants, like, should normally happen. And everyone will be over this, rhetoric about illegal aliens and it being racist to kick illegal aliens out of your fucking country. It's like, okay, then go to China. You know? Go somewhere else. The fuck out. Oh, okay. With the recent announcement about the Epstein files and list, what would a hypothetical scenario like... I'm not exactly sure how the British elections are scheduled. It looks pretty irregular. Okay, well, I thought there was something like in the UK, like most elections were held every 6 years, whereas like in the West, everything's held like North America, like Canada, and the US is every 4 years. But no actual idea. Like... if you had nothing to do with Epstein, then you will resign as a government official. All government that doesn't resign goes to jail. How would this affect the government if every single person in power was instantly removed? How long would it take for the power vacuum to be filled? And how do you think it would be done? Boom. Throw it right out there. How fucked up can we get? And we're talking on a worldwide basis. Not just America. Literally every country in the entire world. Just to see what would happen. Because I like going absolutely to the fucking extreme and saying... because most of the time I go to the absolute extreme and it's not far enough. It's like, nah, that wouldn't destabilize anything. It's like, well, then why don't we do it? Because everyone says it'll destabilize it. Well, why won't it destabilize it? Oh, because people will just fill in the gaps. Like, everyone will just instantly get promoted one step up. And then you just have to fill the bottom 2%. But, hey, if we can get enough people together and we can hold enough people accountable, it doesn't matter. No one has to actually know. We just have to make sure that everyone who is currently in power and has any piece of power is eliminated. And that's literally the only way to do it. You just say, everyone resign. That easy. That gives us time to fill your roles. Because it's only a resignation, and we already know it takes like a year and a half to retire. So it should take even longer to resign from the government. So that should give us plenty of time to fill in those holes. Effects on the government. Sudden removal of all government officials would be profound and immediate consequences. Government paralysis. With no one in power, the federal government would grind to a halt. There would be no leadership to enforce laws, manage national defense, oversee economic policy, or maintain essential services like social security, Medicare, or infrastructure. Agencies such as the FBI, military, and treasury would lack direction, leading to operational chaos. crisis. The U.S. Constitution outlines succession for specific roles. The president and vice president are removed, the Speaker of the House takes over, but it doesn't address the simultaneous removal of all officials, executive, legislative, and judicial. Without a functioning Congress, President, or Supreme Court, there would be no legal mechanism to appoint replacements or pass emergency laws, creating an unprecedented crisis. Economic fallout. The stock market would likely crash due to uncertainty, disrupting global financial stability. Businesses and citizens rely on government services or payments would face immediate hardship, potentially triggering widespread economic panic. Social unrest. Public confusion and fear could lead to civil unrest, protests, or even looting, especially if essential services collapse. Trust in government institutions already strained by the Epstein scandal would erode further. Allies might struggle to coordinate with a leaderless U.S., while adversaries could exploit the situation diplomatically, economically, or militarily. The country's global influence would diminish rapidly. The government would cease to function, plunging the nation into chaos. How long would it take to fill the power vacuum? Timeline for the recovery depends on the scale of the collapse and the mechanisms available to rebuild. Here's a breakdown. Short term, weeks to months. Immediate priority would be maintaining basic order and services, food supply, utilities, public safety. Without federal leadership, this would fall to state and local governments, but their effects would be uncoordinated and limited. The military might step in to prevent total collapse, though this would raise legal and ethical concerns. Medium term, months to 1 to 2 years. Organizing new elections or appointing temporary officials would be essential but slow. The absence of a federal authority to oversee the process would complicate logistics, requiring ad hoc solutions. All right. Restoring basic governance might take 6 to 18 months, assuming elections and appointments could be arranged. Long-term, years to decades. Fully rebuilding a stable government, including trust in institutions, legislative capacity, and international relationships, could take 5 to 10 years or more. Historical examples like post-revolutionary governments suggest recovery from total collapse in a lengthy process. In the best-case scenario, partial functionality might return within a year, but complete recovery would likely span years due. How would the power vacuum be filled? Filling the vacuum would require extraordinary measures, as normal succession processes would be unavailable. Here's how it might unfold. State governments take charge. With the federal government gone, state governors and legislators could assume temporary control. Well, it's actually, local and state government would also be resigned or removed. There would be no government, and this doesn't just apply to the US. In this hypothetical, it applies to every country in the world. Without government oversight, what do you think companies would do to fill the vacuum? Like, it just didn't take the scope of it enough. We're talking the entire world here. As far a reach as we can get. Just to see what it looks like. What kind of world can we create with this? Give it enough time, it'll happen. It slowly is happening. Give it 100 years. In this hypothetical scenario, every government official worldwide, from local to national levels in every country, has been removed, leaving no government oversight anywhere. This creates a global power vacuum with no laws, no enforcement, no public services, and no regulatory bodies. Question is, what would companies do to fill this void? Below, I'll explore the likely responses of companies, the implications of their actions, and how this might unfold over time. Immediate aftermath. Chaos and opportunity. Sudden disappearance of all governments will plunge the world into chaos. Lawfulness without police, courts, or military. Looting, violence, and resource hoarding would erupt as people scramble for safety and survival. Service collapse. Public infrastructure, water, electricity, healthcare, and transportation would fail without government coordination or maintenance. Economic distribution. Financial systems would crash as state-backed currencies lose value, and global trade would stall due to the absence of legal frameworks or contracts or property rights. With this turmoil, companies, particularly large multinational corporations, MNCs, would see both risks and opportunities. With their resources, global networks, and organizational structures, they could attempt to impose order, but their actions would prioritize profit and self-interest over public welfare. How companies would fill the vacuum. In the absence of government, companies would likely take on roles traditionally held by the state, reshaping society in their image. Here's how this might play out. Corporate governance and feudalism. Multinational corporations take charge. Companies like Amazon, Google, or ExxonMobil, with vast wealth and reach, could establish control over regions where they operate. They might deploy private security forces to protect their facilities, employees, and supply chains, effectively becoming local rulers. Corporate territories. These firms could create corporate zones, providing essentials like food, water, electricity in exchange for loyalty, labor, or resources. This could evolve into a form of corporate feudalism where companies act as modern lords and citizens depend on them for survival. Private legal systems. Without courts, companies might set up their own arbitration systems to enforce contracts and resolve disputes, though these would likely favor the corporation's interests. Technology, so it'd basically be the same as the government. Technology as a power base, but we would know that it was a bought and owned government. We wouldn't just have to guess, it would be a fact. Technology as a power base. Digital platforms set up. Tech giants like Meta or Tencent would become central hubs for communication and coordination. They might impose their own rules on digital communities, replacing laws with platform policies, and use user data as a tool for influence or control. New economies. With national currencies collapsing, companies could promote or create digital currencies like cryptocurrencies or corporate-backed tokens to facilitate trade within their ecosystems. This might lead to a fragmented global economy with competing monetary systems. Monopolization and megacorporations. Consolidation of power. Without antitrust laws, companies could merge or collude to form massive conglomerates, dominating entire industries or regions. A single entity might control global food supply or energy distribution, for example. Exploitation unleashed. Free from regulations, companies could prioritize profits over social or environmental concerns, leading to labor exploitation, severe inequality, and ecological harm. Security and private militias. Corporate armies. To safeguard their assets, companies might form private security forces or militias. These could grow into corporate armies, sparking conflicts with rival firms over territory or resources. Mercenary boom. Security firms could thrive, offering protection to the highest bidder and offer militarizing the corporate landscape. Local and small-scale responses. Community efforts. Smaller businesses or local communities might form cooperatives to provide essentials like food or healthcare. However, these grassroots initiatives would lack the resources to compete with larger corporations and could be absorbed or crushed. Barter systems. Informal economies or barter networks might emerge locally, but they'd struggle to scale or provide long-term stability. Global implications. The collapse of all governments would reshape the world dramatically. Fragmentation. Internal trade and cooperation would vanish, replaced by a patchwork of corporate territories and local power structures. Each region might operate under different rules depending on who holds sway. Resource conflicts. Competition for scarce resources, water, oil, minerals, could lead to wars between corporate entities or local groups. Inequality surge. Areas with advanced technology or corporate presence might stabilize under company rule, while less developed regions could descend into poverty or anarchy. Timeline of corporate influence. The process would unfold in stages: immediate chaos, days to week. Panic and violence dominate as companies secure their own operations, facilities, warehouses, and staff. Stabilization months. Larger firms begin asserting control locally, offering services in exchange for allegiance. Private security becomes widespread. Consolidation, 1 to 2 years. Mega corporations form through mergers or alliances, dominating key sectors. Digital platforms and currencies gain traction and new power centers. New order, 5+ years. A fragmented world emerges with corporate fiefdoms, digital domains, and struggling local enclaves coexisting. Conflicts between corporate powers or with resistance groups could persist. Conclusion. In a world without government oversight, companies, especially multinational corporations, would likely become the dominant players, filling the power vacuum with a focus on profit and control. The result could be a dystopian landscape of corporate feudalism where megacorporations rule over territories, digital platforms dictate social norms, and local communities fight to retain autonomy. While some innovation might emerge without bureaucratic constraints, it would come at the expense of equity, environmental health, and global stability. The scenario highlights the critical role governments play in balancing corporate power and safeguarding the public good. With all of this in mind, do you think the people of the world would still want the Epstein list if it caused this? Could this be the end of the world? Who the fuck knows? It is what it is, right? This is why I love AI, because it's like, no one's really gonna have a conversation with you about this, right? At least from my perspective, no one ever does, because I think way too far. They're like, whoa, dude, and I'm like, well, just, it's hypothetical, like, what, let's just keep rolling the snowball, see what happens, where does it take us, like, they're like, I don't want nothing to do with that. I'm like, fine, man, if you just don't want to, if you don't want to be a critical thinker and you don't want to think for yourself, that's completely fine. Your question, whether people would still want the Epstein list if it caused the global government collapse, is a tough one, and it depends on how people weigh the value of truth against the need for stability. Let's break it down and explore what might drive their decision. What happens if the Epstein list triggers a collapse? If releasing the Epstein list led to every government official worldwide being removed, the immediate fallout would be massive. Chaos everywhere. No laws, no police, no hospitals running smoothly. Basic services would grind to a halt. Imagine cities descending into panic as people scramble for food, safety, and order. Corporate power grab. Big companies might step in to fill the void, turning the world into a patchwork of corporate-run zones. Think of the little... redo the analysis with the removal of all company leadership as well, not just government. I should make that very clear that, oh, you think it's just the government doing this? Nah, that's not how this shit works. Anyone with power, like literally celebrities, fucking corporates, fucking royalty, government, military, like rich civilian sector, like insanity. And that's the scope we're all talking. Cute Buffin, what's up? How's it going, bro? Welcome. How are you? We were discussing what would happen if the Epstein list came out. And basically every leader in every position of power, for everything from government to corporate to like civilians, celebrities, just immediately is just like gone from power. What would the world look like, and would the people want that to happen? Here's a complete analysis of what would happen if all government officials and company leadership were suddenly removed from power, plunging the world into a scenario where both political and corporate authorities vanish overnight. If you have a look at my stream, you'll see how brain dead I am right now. Oh, are you up to like 80? I saw you were at like 40. $76. Damn. You're going for 6.5 fucking hours, bro. You're 3/4 of the way there. It took you 3 hours to get to 76. So you've still got another hour to go, bro. You can do it. Get to 100. I believe in you, man. Let's do it. Let's go. Fuck yeah. It's all about finishing the grind, man. It's all about finishing the grind. Crashed at 40 minutes and I had to restart. Ooh, fuck, that sucks, bro. I was so surprised that we didn't get any crashes during the 24-hour stream. I was like, fuck yes. I was so worried that it was just gonna freak out and crash when I like woke up and the stream was just gonna be fucked. But everything worked out, everything went on. It was all good. So I wanted it 24 hours. It's not 24 hours if it's 8 hours and 16 hours. It has to be 24 fucking hours. It's the only way to get it to go. But yeah, man, keep fucking pushing. Keep fucking going. I believe in you, man. Yeah, I didn't rewatch it. Good. Because, yeah. You'll notice something is missing. But that's okay. You can blame Smokey for pissing me off. With his gay for an hour and a half. If that hadn't if I just turned off the TV to begin with and just set an alarm, it would have been fine. But no, I'd be like, I want them to know that I can hear the TTS. Is there a timestamp for the? No, it never happened, Muffin. It never happened. I slept in thanks to Smokey, and then I never got the chance because I basically had it planned so that no one would be home. But that didn't happen. Yeah, fuck me. Yeah. So it was kind of a loss. But I still want to do the house tour. It's just not going to be... I'm probably just going to do a video of the house tour whenever I get a chance. Because it's going to have to be like during the middle of the day. So maybe I'll do that next week. Who knows? We'll see. I haven't edited anything. It's the first day where I didn't make like a highlight reel in like 6 months. Like I didn't do anything. I slept for like 16 hours. I was like, fuck this. And I literally, like, woke up at 12, I ate, I watched Asmon for, like, 4.5 hours, and I passed back out until the stream came on. I was, like, or I guess it was, like, actually 10 o'clock. I did, like, pre-stream stuff, and then I watched Rick and Morty. That's what I did. I watched the new Rick and Morty episode before the stream. That was fucking great. I'm gonna get back to losing my sanity. Alright, sounds good, Muffin. Enjoy. Thanks for coming in for the tiny little break, bro. Always good to see ya, bro. Immediate collapse. The simultaneous removal of all government officials and company leadership would trigger a catastrophic breakdown in society. Government functions cease. Governments enforce laws, maintain public order, and provide essential services like healthcare, sanitation, and infrastructure. Without officials, police forces dissolve, hospitals grind to a halt, and utilities like water and electricity falter as no one coordinates this operation. Corporate paralysis. Company leaders, CEOs, executives, and boards drive production, innovation, and employment. Their absence leaves businesses directionless. Factories stop producing, supply chains disintegrate, and millions lose their livelihood as payrolls freeze and decisions stall. Panic would erupt almost immediately. People would rush to secure food, medicine, and safety. Overwhelming whatever systems remain functional. The lack of authority would amplify chaos as no one could organize a response. Power vacuum and fragmentation. With no leaders in place, a massive power vacuum would emerge across all levels of society. Local power grabs. Without government, communities might turn to local groups, militias, gangs, or even rogue military units for protection and order. These factions would likely compete, leading to turf wars and violence. Corporate disarray. In companies, mid-level managers and employees might attempt to take charge, but without a clear hierarchy or resources, their efforts would be disorganized. Major corporations, especially in tech, manufacturing, and finance, would struggle to function, let alone innovate. Emerging leaders. Over time, new figures would rise, charismatic individuals, opportunists, or those with access to resources, weapons, or stockpiles. However, their authority would be contested, prolonging instability. The absence of centralized control would fragment society into smaller, competing units, each prioritizing survival over cooperation. Economic freefall. The global economy would collapse under the weight of this dual leadership loss. Trade halts. International trade relies on government agreements and corporate logistics. Without either, ports would clog, shipments would stop, and supply chains would break down entirely. Shortages spread. Essentials like food, fuel, and medicine would vanish from shelves, especially in regions dependent on imports. Urban areas, unable to sustain themselves, to face starvation and disease. Current fails. With no government to back money and no companies to sustain its flow, bartering might replace currency. Trust in financial systems would evaporate, deepening economic despair. The result, widespread poverty, famine, and a regression to localized subsistence-based economies. Social breakdown and adaptation. Society would fracture as people grapple with the fallout. Survival mode. Communities might band together for mutual support, pooling resources and skills. However, fear and scarcity would also breed conflict, making cooperation fragile. Insularity rises. Trust in institutions already shattered would give way to suspicion of outsiders. Borders, both literal and social, would harden as groups prioritize their own. Cultural shift. Values might shift towards self-reliance and immediate survival, sidelining long-term goals like education or technological advancement. While some communities could adapt, many would succumb to violence, starvation, or disease in the absence of coordinated aid. Long road to recovery. Rebuilding would be a slow, painful process. Decentralized governance, new systems might emerge from the ground up. Local councils, trade networks, or warlord-led territories. Centralized authority would take years, if not decades, to reestablish. Innovation stalls. Without government funding or corporate R&D, technological progress would slow dramatically. Efforts would focus on immediate needs, food production rather than breakthroughs. Global disconnection. International collaboration would fade, leaving nations and regions isolated. The world would become a patchwork of struggling societies. Recovery would happen, but it'd be uneven and costly. The scars, lost lives, broken economies, and eroded trust would linger for generations. Conclusion. The removal of all government officials and company leaders wouldn't just reset society, it would tear it apart. The immediate chaos would give way to a brutal struggle for power and resources, crashing the global economy and fracturing social bonds. While humanity would eventually reorganize, the process would be a protracted mess, marked by hardship and loss on an unimaginable scale. This isn't a clean state. It's slate. It's a demolition. So with this all in mind, do you think the people of the world would still want to know who was on the Epstein list? Given the extreme scenario where releasing the Epstein list would lead to the immediate removal of all government officials and company leadership worldwide, causing a total societal collapse, it's unlikely that most people would still want the list released. Here's why. Most people would not want the list released. Survival trumps truth. If the list's release triggers global chaos, crashing economies, power vacuums, and widespread violence, people would lose access to basic necessities like food, water, and safety. In such a dire situation, the immediate need to survive would outweigh the abstract desire to know who was involved with Epstein. Most wouldn't risk their lives and families for transparency. Fear of anarchy. Humans generally prefer stability, even if imperfect, over complete disorder. A world without governance or economic systems would be terrifying. No laws, no services, no safety nets. History shows that during crises, people often rally around familiar structure rather than embrace total upheaval. No practical outcome. If society collapses, the list becomes meaningless. With no courts to prosecute, no media to report, and no functioning institutions to hold anyone accountable, knowing the names wouldn't lead to justice. The revelation would be a hollow victory in a world too broken to act on it. Everyday priorities. Most people aren't revolutionaries. They want to live their lives, raise their kids, and maintain some normalcy. The prospect of losing everything would make the cost of releasing the list feel unbearable, even if they're outraged by the corruption it might expose. Why some might still want the list. Justice at any cost. A smaller group might insist that exposing corruption is worth any price. They could see the collapse as a necessary purge of a rotten system, believing that chaos could pave the way for something better. Total distrust. Those who've already lost faith in governments and institutions might feel they have nothing left to lose. For them, the truth could be a final stand against the powerful regardless of the consequences. Moral symbolism. Even without practical results, some might view the release as a symbolic win, a way to unmask the guilty before everything falls apart. While a vocal minority might still demand to know who is on the Epstein list, the majority of people would likely say no if they understood it would trigger a global societal collapse. The desire for truth and accountability is strong, but when faced with the loss of everything, safety, stability, and survival, most would choose to preserve what they have over chasing a reckoning that offers no real resolution in the chaos that follows. Curiosity about the list might linger, but not at the expense of the world they live in. Here's something I haven't heard anyone talk about. What do you think about this? Do you think after Epstein was exposed, if everything is true, so let's go hypothetical and say the allegations are true about Epstein, what are the chances in a percent that the people that were partaking of Epstein's services stopped doing that completely, and that Epstein was the only person doing this for people? Who could possibly be either the replacement for Epstein's services or a competitor? I can't do the think, but whatever. We can still do deep search. I like this one. Because, yeah, I'm like, you think they just stopped? I don't think they just stopped. They're like, well, the guy that did it is dead, so, or he got caught, so I guess we can't ever do this again. Sorry, guys, that's not how it works. You find someone else. When you do shit like that, when you're that powerful, you find something else. You find someone else. You're like, shit, that one got bust, okay, well, you know, let's play along with that one for a while, and that'll be like 15 years of not having to worry about it. I was actually wondering if it was even gonna do this. Or it was gonna be like, no, I can't because it's too, like, the subject matter. Seems likely that not all individuals involved in Epstein's activities stopped completely, given the nature of sex trafficking and its profitability. Damn. Research suggests Epstein was not the only person providing such services, as sex trafficking is a widespread global issue with many networks. The evidence leads towards other criminal organizations or individuals continuing similar activities, potentially filling the void left by Epstein, though specific replacements are not publicly identified. Likelihood of stopping. Given the allegations are true, it's unlikely that everyone involved in Epstein's activities stopped completely. Sex trafficking is driven by profit and power, and historical patterns show such networks often persist under new leadership. Some may have continued discreetly, especially with increased scrutiny after Epstein's exposure. Was Epstein unique? Epstein was part of a larger ecosystem, not a lone operator. His network included associates like Ghislaine... I think that's how you say her name? Ghislaine Maxwell, and sex trafficking involved many other individuals and groups globally, suggesting he was not the only one providing such services. Potential replacement or competitors. While specific individuals are publicly identified as replacing Epstein, the global nature of sex trafficking means other networks or individuals likely continued similar operations. These could include organized crime groups or local operators, but exact figures remain speculative due to the underground nature of the crime. This analysis explores the hypothetical scenario where all allegations about Jeffrey Epstein are true, focusing on the likelihood that those involved in his activities stopped completely, whether Epstein was the only person providing such services and who might have replaced or competed with him. The decision is grounded in the nature of sex trafficking, historical patterns, and available information about Epstein's network, acknowledging the complexity and sensitivity of the topic. Background on Epstein's activities. Jeffrey Epstein was involved in a sophisticated sex trafficking operation that exploited minors and young women, characterized by high-profile nature and longevity. Spanning decades, his activities were not isolated. They involved a network of associates, including recruiters like Giselle Maxwell, who was convicted in 2021 for her role in facilitating his crimes. Epstein's operation was notable for its connections to wealthy and powerful individuals, but it was part of a broader ecosystem of exploitation. Legal actions such as lawsuits against his estate and U.S. government's 2022 suit against J.P. Morgan Chase Bank for allegedly facilitating his trafficking network highlight the scale and impact of his activities. Likelihood that those involved stopped completely. The chances that all individuals involved in Epstein's activities stopped completely are low, given the nature of the crime and its profitability. Sex trafficking is a highly profitable and deeply enriched criminal enterprise, often driven by financial gain, power, or personal gratification. Historical precedent shows that when a central figure in a trafficking ring is removed, through arrest or death, the network often continues under new leadership or splinters into smaller operations. For example, after the arrest of other high-profile traffickers, their networks have been known to persist, adapting to law enforcement pressure. Epstein's associates, such as Maxwell, were prosecuted, but not all were arrested or faced legal consequences. The high-profile nature of Epstein's case and subsequent legal actions might have deterred some from continuing, at least in the short term, due to increased scrutiny. However, the underlying motivations, profit and demand, suggest that some individuals likely continue their activities discreetly, possibly within new networks or under different leadership. This is supported by the persistence of sex trafficking as a global issue, where demand often outpaces law enforcement efforts. Was Epstein the only person providing such services? Epstein was not the only person providing such services. Sex trafficking is a widespread global issue, with countless individuals and organizations involved in similar activities. His operation was notable for its connections to wealth and power, but it was not unique. The scope of sex trafficking includes organized crime syndicates, gangs, and individual operators, operating independently of one another. Epstein's ability to recruit victims and maintain his activities for so long suggests he was part of a broader network of enablers, including recruiters, facilitators, and clients, as evidenced by court documents named over 170 associates, and the involvement of figures like Maxwell. The broader context of sex trafficking, with numerous documented cases worldwide, indicates that many other individuals and groups were engaged in similar activities during and after Epstein's operation. For instance, legal actions post-Epstein's death, such as the U.S. Virgin Islands suing his estate in January 2020 for trafficking activities up to 2018, suggest a network that extended beyond him. This reinforces the conclusion that Epstein was part of a larger ecosystem, not a singular provider. Potential replacements or competitors. Well, there is no public evidence or a specific individual or group explicitly taking over Epstein's exact operation. The global nature of sex trafficking ensures that others have likely continued or expanded similar activities. The market for sex trafficking is driven by supply and demand, and when one supplier is removed, the others step in to fill the void. Potential replacements or competitors could include existing networks, organized crime groups involved in human trafficking, which operate globally and have the resources to adapt to changes in leadership or law enforcement pressure. Local operators, individuals or smaller groups who exploit vulnerable populations, potentially filling the gap left by Epstein in specific regions. High-profile individuals. Given Epstein's connection to wealth and power, it's possible that other high-profile individuals or networks with similar access could continue similar activities, though this remains speculative due to the underground nature of the crime. The arrest and conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell in 2021 disrupted part of Epstein's network, but it did not eliminate sex trafficking. Other associates mentioned in court documents, such as those named in January 2024, unsealed records, may have continued their activities, though no direct evidence of replacements is publicly available. The persistence of sex trafficking as a global issue with ongoing arrests and investigations related to other trafficking rings post-Epstein suggests others may likely filled similar roles, though exact figures remain unidentified due to the clandestine nature of the crime. Detailed analysis of supporting information. The analysis is based upon information from various sources, including Wikipedia. Yeah, sure. Okay, we got the gist of it. In summary, it's likely that not all individuals involved in Epstein's activity stopped completely, given the persistent nature of sex trafficking and its profitability. Research suggests Epstein was not the only provider, as the crime involves many networks globally. The evidence leans towards other criminal organizations or individuals continuing similar activities, potentially filling the void left by Epstein, though specific replacements remain unidentified due to the underground nature of the crime. Again, hypothetically, what would happen if another person was exposed for the same thing as Epstein and all of the same people were involved? But this happened 20 years from now, and the amount of power those people have has now waned. Do you think there would be justice because it wouldn't affect the system as much? Or would they get away with it because the rich and powerful never go to jail? Who knows? See what he thinks. Did it just say it was confused? Hold on. Where did it say that? No, critics, including House Democrats, think DOJ might be hiding info. Conclusion might precedent future cases. Seems new crimes and evidence might emerge in 20 years, and considering how this could lead to accountability despite current findings. I swear it said it was confused. I must have read it all. Must have been considering. Maybe that's what I read. I was like, why would it say it was confused? It's so weird. Nope, that's just me. Research suggests there's a 60-70% chance justice will be served, as waning power could make prosecution easier, but wealth might still shield some. It seems likely that justice will be more achievable due to reduced influence, but outcomes depend on evidence and legal system advancements. The evidence leans towards potential accountability, though controversy persists about whether the rich and powerful ever face consequences. Direct answer. Overview. In this hypothetical scenario where another person is exposed for Epstein-like crimes 20 years from now, 2045, and the same individuals are involved but their power has waned, justice is more likely to be served. Their reduced influence could make prosecution easier, especially with potential advancements in legal systems and societal attitudes. However, wealth might still pose challenges, and outcomes depend on evidence and the justice system's effectiveness. Then why does it, if it depends on evidence, then why does wealth have anything to do with it? Likelihood of justice. Research suggests there's a 60-70% chance justice will be served. Their power diminished, these individuals would have less ability to obstruct legal processes, and societal pressure might push for accountability, especially for crimes involving minors. Advances in technology like digital forensics could help gather evidence, and stronger laws might make prosecution more feasible. However, if they remain wealthy, they could still mount strong defenses or delay proceedings, which might reduce the likelihood slightly. Wombat! Yo, how's it going, bro? We are in a very, very deep dive here. Oh, are we talking about Mr. E? Oh, we're talking about Mr. E. Yes, we are. This is like the 8th question I've asked Grok on this, and we're just getting deeper and deeper and deeper into this. Challenges and controversy. Despite this, the controversy around whether the rich and powerful ever face consequences persists. Wealth can still provide resources for top-tier... Oh, and this all started, Wombat, because ask yourself this. This was the original question. After Epstein was exposed, do you think the people, and this is all hypothetical, I'm saying this is just the accusations that have been thrown out, that Trump, Clinton, Prince Andrew, and people like that just randomly stopped those acts, and that there's no one else that facilitates the same thing that Epstein did? Because I'm like, fuck it, Epstein's dead, let's just get the next guy that got in charge. Right? So there is an essence of why are we still talking about Epstein? We should find the next guy that came into power and get him. And then when he dies in jail and commits suicide, we get the next guy. And then we get the next guy. And then we get the next guy. And then eventually we're going to get to a point where everyone's going to be like, why do you guys keep letting them kill themselves? I wonder. I fucking wonder. So, you know, I think this smokescreen is more of a let's pretend that we're never gonna do it again and that there's no one else. I'm like, they should be looking for who replaced him and whether these people are still doing those things. Because when you have a reputation and you've been doing that shit for 20 years, you don't just fucking stop. You know? So, that's my question. Who's the new guy? I mean, there will always be another guy, but we shouldn't absolve the hypothetical culprits from Epstein's circle just because there are other fish to fry. I think it's a point where they shot themselves in the foot, and if they hadn't built it up so much, I don't think it would be such an issue. But the fact that they built it up so much and then turned it around and now everyone seems to be resigning, is like, maybe we're not going to get 4 years of fucking Trump. Maybe he's just going to resign himself too, right? Like, this could be some fucked up shit in the next year and a half. But I just love the idea that I don't think anyone's thinking, oh, they're still doing this. I think they're like, we got the guy, who cares? We stopped the guy, you know? It's like, well, yeah. And everyone knows there's, like, you know, different levels of it, right? But it's like, when you're literally doing this to presidents, to, the most powerful people in the fucking world, like, yeah, there's a bit of an issue there, right? And then for them to just, like, why can't they just say, hey man, if we release the list, everything's fucked, so we're just not going to release the list. Instead, they're like, well, there is no list! Oh yeah, there's nothing! There's actually nothing. Like, what a fucking retarded thing to do. There's so many other ways to say, yeah, well, it's just, we can't release it. Like, the entire first part of this was what would happen if the list was released and every single government and company official at, like, the top 10% was basically convicted and immediately erased. Okay, so, like, suppose there is concrete evidence that Trump was directly involved, did the no-no to kids. Would anything even change? I'm a bit nihilistic in that I think he would just crash out, deny it, and get a decent chunk of the country to follow him into 1984 information control. That's another thing, too, is like, there is a difference between having the information and holding the people accountable. You can socially hold the people accountable. Like Asmund said, Donald should just release everything and say, we don't know who did what, so we're not going to prosecute anyone. We're just going to leave it up to public justice. Believe whatever the fuck you want. These are the people that were on his plane. This is how often they were on his plane. This is how long they knew him for. Make up your own minds about it. I think that would be enough. People would still be furious, but it'd be enough. And it would just blow over. It'd be a tsunami, but it would blow over. It'd be a fucking Hiroshima, Nagasaki, but it would blow over. Just like everything else in human history, it will eventually just blow over. Which is like, are we truly in the dystopian arc of this timeline, or have we been in the dystopian arc and we don't know it? Like, this is the president that already got in trouble for SA, white-collar crimes, and others. The people just didn't care. I'm not a fan of Trump either. The only thing I'm a fan of Trump is, he's a scammer. He's a piece of shit scammer. And what do scammers know? They know how to scam. They know the system. They know what people do. So he can stop them because he knows how the loopholes work. So you need the mob boss to lead the way to the destruction of the mob because he's the only one. We can't build bananas. Have you seen that we can't build bananas in America? Wait, what? Is this a Trump thing? Wait.
Tales of fantasy and moral chaos.
We cannot... Wait, what? We cannot build bananas in America. Madeline Dean grills Secretary Howard Lutnick on Trump's tariffs. But he's not even a smart mob boss, so many of his companies went bankrupt. Well, you know, see, that's the thing, Wombat, is he used his companies going bankrupt in order to make his money. His entire business structure is based off of make company, declare bankruptcy, gain insurance money. That is literally the scam. So it's like, can you really say he's a bad businessman when his business is supposed to fail? Because then he gets all the money from it. Small nap my ass, you slept the whole Hi, motherfucker. Smokey, I am blaming you for spamming gay for like an hour and a half. And I'm 100% blaming you even though I don't know it was you. Because I fucking know it was you. I had the TTS on and I had an alarm set on the TV. No proof. Dude, okay. Smokey, you want no proof? No, that's not, an easier way to do it is do this. No proof, huh? No proof. I wonder. Okay, I'm sleeping, right? Here's me sleeping. Here's me going to sleep. Where am I going to sleep? Yeah, okay. Here it goes. Can you rotate, please? And, yep, there you go. You're shooting me. You're shooting me, okay. You should routine with the chair dance. Okay, it's been like 30 fucking minutes. Where the fuck is it? Okay, it was like way back here. I must have skipped it. Yeah, see there! There, I got it! Yeah! Right there! Fuck you, Smoking! Yeah! Wait the whole time until Gay started TTS. And then I literally, okay. So, like, I don't know how long you've been doing this for. How long did it take before I actually got up and turned off the TV? Like half an hour to an hour, you just like, nope, that's a position right there. Took so long. Oh my god. Yeah, and then I missed the house tour because of you. Okay, let's see. What is this clip?
Mr. Dean?
Thank you, Chairman Rogers. Thank you, Ranking Member Meng. Thank you, Ranking Member DeLauro. And thank you to you, Secretary Lutnick. Thanks for being here today.
True, I didn't set an alarm on my phone.
Morelli was talking
that was my
about,
fault.
I'll use the word stability. And I think you know this from your many years in business. And that's what I thought about as I was preparing for today. The importance of stability, or as he said, predictability. Stability is the foundation of economic growth. I think you've lived it. Businesses need clear and predictable rules to plan and to invest for the future. Given this administration's claim of being pro-business and pro-growth, I am so baffled by the discussions around trade deficits and the president's belief around trade deficits and the president's beliefs around tariffs and the chaotic tariff policy. They're on, they're off. Many of the tariffs are punishing, creating a level of instability and uncertainty in our economy that we haven't seen since COVID. I hear the same thing over and over from constituents, from small businesses, from bankers in my area. They can't figure out how to plan, how to lend. Businesses can't figure out how to expand, how to grow, whether to hire, whether to not hire. And I'd heard just literally this morning from a very large American retailer. First word out of the woman's mouth was uncertainty, and the last thing she said to me was uncertainty, all surrounding tariffs. The lack of predictability. I also serve on the Foreign Affairs Committee, was recently in UK and Denmark, met with the American Chamber in both countries. Confused, uncertain, they can't figure it out. What in God's name is going on? We cannot plan to grow businesses. We cannot plan to grow growth and jobs. So I am baffled, absolutely baffled, by this administration's talk around trade deficits and tariffs. I fear the administration lacks a basic understanding of what a trade deficit is. I think many economists take issue with equating a country's trade deficit with any one country and its economic well-being. Some economists actually view a trade deficit as a sign of a country's economic health because it means we're purchasing more. For me, I have a pretty large trade deficit with my local grocer or my hairdresser. It's a good thing. It means I have money enough to get my hair done once in a while and to keep food on the table. It tells nothing about...
Okay, I'm really, really fucking confused. I, I'm really confused. So what she's saying is that she's going into debt doing her hair. Like, that's literally what she just said, right? She's like, I have a deficit with doing my hair, meaning doing my hair makes me go into debt. Was she reading off of ChatGPT or something?
My overall financial position. Do you know when this country actually had a trade surplus, Secretary?
The president likes to speak about before.
No, historically. When did we have a trade
I think she is saying she has a trade deficit with her hairdresser because she buys more from them than the hairdresser buys from her. Wait. But she's giving them... Does she not understand what trading is? Like, she's giving them money, they're giving her a thing. Like, that's the trade. So she's just super confused that, like, the idea of one-way trading is the fact that one person buys and one person sells, but that's still a two-way trade. Because one person is receiving a good, the other is receiving a, something that could be used for a good. That's how Trump has been defining it too, I think. Essentially, if the U.S. buys more from a country than the U.S. sells to that country, that's what they call a trade deficit. Okay, I gotta Google this. Because in my mind, do you know what I think? Like, what do you think I think a trade deficit is? Because when I hear trade deficit, I think... when we are trading with these people, we are getting less than what we're... Basically, we're getting fucked around, right? Like, we're losing money by trading with these people. That's what it means to me, is that, like, through this trading, we actually lose money. So what the tariffs do is the tariffs make up for that money that we lose through selling this to, for instance... Yeah, that's not what it is. That's so retarded. Okay, that's what I thought it was, because I'd be like, for instance, like, because you're trading in different economies, right? If, for instance, if you made something, this is why I always assumed everyone wanted to go to China to make stuff. This is how I assume it goes. If you make product in America, you're under American values, monetary value, right? So let's say it costs you $8 to make the product, and you sell it for $12 in America. Well, selling it for $12 American in a poor part of, like, the Philippines is actually selling it for, like, $2. So, by trading these items, you're building a larger economic scale, but you're overall losing money by trading with that company. So, thus, you would move your company to China, so it costs you 50 cents to make, so you could sell it in the Philippines for $2, make a profit, sell it in America, and make a massive profit. The purpose of the tariffs is to make domestic products cheaper and encourage companies to move their production to the U.S., but the tariff cost is paid by the importer, not the country doing the exporting, and then this cost is passed to the customer. Yeah, because, like, for instance, if You bought something at $8 and sold it at $12, and now it's $16 for you to buy. You have to charge at least $20. So that's where the idea of increasing tariffs increases outward production. So thus you would want to buy American products because American products on average would be cheaper than out-of-country made products. So instead of getting your Timo shit at $2, it'd be $20, but the American product, the real product, would be $12. So that's how I've always viewed it. So I guess I mean, and I don't know anything about economics, but if you're looking... That's what I hate about language. It's purposefully used to mislead. Because when you say deficit, and you're talking about losing something. So when I trade with you, I lose money. Not, oh, when I trade with you, I lose products. But who the fuck expects I trade you 1,000... Like, I make 1,000 products, and I trade you and give you 1,000 products, so you have to trade and give me 1,000 products. Then at the end of the day, what's the point in trading? Other than to just, like, I guess the scope and size of your own product, but you would be losing money, so it would be like selling a loss leader. I don't know. I don't know. Again, I don't know anything about economics, but...
I'm not talking about the president. Historically.
I think about 100 years ago.
It was the Great Depression. It was a sign of what was going on. It was during the Great Depression. That's a direction none of us wants to go.
Hold on, now, wait. See, this is where the language is, because she said she was talking about a trade surplus. So, what I would think is a trade surplus is we trade more stuff than we get. Because we are providing them a surplus of items. A trade deficit should mean we are not trading more items than they are. So the wording is just completely backwards, and that's what I fucking hate about law, the language of law, and the interpretation of law. It's when the point is to mislead, and the goal is to portray information? What the fuck are you doing? There should be no gray zone, no inability to misinterpret. You should be smart enough to be able to write it in a way that everyone can fucking understand. The whole point is that no one's supposed to understand. Or people are supposed to think that they understand because, oh, that's what this word means. Not in law. You only need to convince the stupidest 51% of the population. True, Wombat. Absolutely fucking true. That's why I'm with Asman on the fact of there should, like, you literally should have to write a 50-word thing about why you're choosing the candidate that you're choosing, and if you can't meet the 50-word minimum requirement, to the point that you're so stupid you don't even understand you could write your name down 51 times, and that would count as 51 words. It didn't have to be coherent, you just had to put 51 words down on the page. No one looks at it, no one cares what it says, everyone just looks to see if you put 50 words down on the page. I think instantly you would cut 20% of the population out, because they'd look at it and they'd go, I'm not doing that, fuck that, I'm out. And then you have people that wouldn't do 50 words. It's too much, I'll just put down, I just wanted to vote for this guy. It's like, the amount of ways you could easily eliminate people. And yeah. Stupid people shouldn't vote. You should know why you're voting. If you want to become educated, we can educate you. But if you're too stupid to understand, that's kind of not our problem. That's my problem and a lot of people's problem. And the reason, you know what? It's the reason I don't vote in old school RuneScape. I think I would be fucking with the system if I voted in old school RuneScape, because I don't know enough, and I don't know enough about the game to know what is a viable change and what isn't. What is going to ruin the experience and what isn't. I'm not experienced enough for that. So yeah, there's some things I could vote on, but I'm not going to vote for, like, sailing to come into the game because I fucking have no idea how that could change the entirety of the game. And I don't want to be the one who, you know, joins the voices to fuck it all up. So I don't vote, Smokey. The last time I voted for Justin Trudeau. He legalized weed, and then he fucked up the country, and I haven't voted since. And I think that was 2016 when I voted. So I literally don't vote because I don't know enough. So I'm following my own principle here. And it's not even that I don't know enough. I'm too lazy to vote. I don't give a fuck. I'm a lowly pleb. I don't know anything about the government. Why are you trusting me with your with power? You that's the last thing you should do, is trust me with any kind of power. I would say that high school diploma or GED should be minimum, but then you have scenarios where government would deliberately make education worse in ways that disproportionately make it harder for poor people to graduate or get GED. It's like when the rule voting requirements in some states back in the day, where they're deliberately similar as black vote. Air. UCLA graduate celebrates by revealing the ChatGPT he used to finish his final projects right before officially graduating. And the crowd goes fucking wild. Because this is what people want. He's like, yeah, I don't know shit! Woo! Everyone knew it! This is how you win, boys! This is how you fucking win! So good.
Tariffs.
Majority of the votes go where they want them to go anyway, rigged. Yeah, but I mean, in a true system, Smokey, I mean, if the system's rigged anyways, then what the fuck does it matter? And the system's rigged in the fact you're voting for a turd and against a turd and a turd sandwich and a douchebag. Like, and they're both bought by the same people. They're both owned by BlackRock and Vanguard. So it doesn't fucking matter.
It's 90 days. We're going to have 90 deals in 90 days. Then there's a 90-day pause. Many of these tariffs, as they say, punishing. Tariffs on things that make no sense whatsoever.
Like, everyone's talking about the Penguin Island. But this is an example of Trump knowing what the fuck he's talking about. Remove first past the post and have everything be ranked choice voting, and suddenly the two-party system might just disappear. I don't know what first past the post is. Is that like the thing that makes it so there's only like 4 or 5 candidates on the ballot? Like, you have to meet a certain minimum before you can even be called, like, a party? Did you toke? Or I got scammed again? Smokey, if you don't know, that's your fault, bro. I suppose one person vote. One person, one vote. Voting for a third party is basically a wasted vote. Oh, that you can only vote for one. Cool, I see how it is. I mean, I don't have any chocolate milk anymore, so what does that tell you? Huh, Smokey? Yeah, and that's the whole idea of, like, Elon Musk making the America Party doesn't really make any sense, because it's just going to take the majority that pushed Trump over top, remove that, and all of a sudden now you're going to have the Democrats back in. Because there's not, the Republic Party isn't united enough. But then again, maybe the Democratic Party isn't united enough either. And it looks like the Democratic Party is fucking itself over pretty badly.
Where are we going to go with the remaining deals? I know of one deal that has been apparently resolved with the United Kingdom. We got
Oh, and you know what's another funny thing talking about bananas? Banana Corporation and stuff like that, and like Banana Republic, is considered one of the most corrupt and exploitative companies in the entire world. And yet their bananas are always the same price. That kind of tells you something about other companies. Primaries aren't even an official government thing. The whole point of it is to make sure all the votes go into one candidate instead of being split. Yeah, that makes sense, Wombat. It's like funneling everything together, as opposed to having, like, you know, each person gets maybe 10%, 8 to 10% of the vote, and you get, like, thousands of people, maybe hundreds of thousands of people that get, like, 0.000001. I voted for myself. Fuck yeah, dude. Let's go.
9 more deals to do in just a few more days. Where are we on those deals?
We are in the midst of negotiations with dozens and dozens of countries. We could sign deals, but they're only going to get better as we negotiate them.
That's just simply not
Trade.
true. Because as I told you, the American...
Actually, I promise you it's true because I'm doing it. So I
Thank you.
promise you it is true, and I'm here
Thank you.
testifying in front of you, and I promise you it's true.
And Mr. Trump promised to bring down the cost of goods day one. And what he has done through his trade deficit...
That's the reason for
fixation
Banana
and
Republics.
his
They want to
tariff
make bananas
chaos,
cheap. That's why they
has
squeeze those
nakedly,
countries.
increase the cost of goods. The estimates are that for consumers in my area...
Exactly, Raymond, but it's like...
$2,000 at least.
You... Okay, think about this. Currently, at my Walmart, it's 78 cents for a pound of bananas. How much do you think it is for the next cheapest fruit? $4.50 for blueberries. And it's $5.50 for strawberries. And it just keeps going up from there. So... I buy stuff on pesos. Blueberries are around $4 per pound here, I think. Yeah. But it's like bananas are a quarter the price per pound of any other fruit. They could easily double the price. So why don't they double the price? Yeah, so that's like $6 Canadian, because you just basically add 50%. Just basically add 50%. Or minus 50%. That's basically what it is. It's somewhere around there.
A year. Increases on goods. I'll give you an example of one. Bananas. What's the tariff on bananas? Americans, by the way, love bananas. We buy billions of them a year. I love bananas. What's the tariff on bananas?
The tariff on bananas would be representative of the countries that produce them.
And what's that tariff?
Generally 10%.
Correct, 10%. Walmart has already increased the cost of bananas by 8%.
But as countries do deals with us, that will go to zero.
Looks like Obadiah from Iron Man.
Yeah,
that actor.
Consumer now and on the businesses with the confusion now. Mr. Secretary, I believe you know better. I believe you recognize that a trade deficit is not something to fear. I believe you know that predictability, stability is essential for businesses. I wish you would show that truth to this administration. And I yield back.
Time with the gentle ladies.
Wait, where did she ever say we can't... did I miss her saying we can't build bananas in America?
Walmart has already increased the cost of bananas by 8%.
But as countries do deals with us, that will go to zero. as countries do deals with
But the
us. That will
cost
go
is
to
on the
zero.
American consumer now and on the businesses with the confusion now. Mr. Secretary, I believe you know better. I believe you recognize that a trade deficit is not something to fear. I believe you know that predictability, stability is essential for businesses. I wish you would show that truth to this administration, and I yield back.
Time of the gentlelady is expired.
Do you mind, Mr. Chairman, if I make one quick comment to the end? Would that be okay?
I'm sorry?
Would you mind if I make one quick comment to the representative?
Please.
There's no uncertainty if you build in America and you produce your product in America, there will be no tariff.
We can't
So the
produce
concept
bananas in
of
America.
building in America and paying no tariff
We cannot-
is very, very clear.
We cannot
Fighting for
build
imports
bananas
is
in
not the
America.
Time of the gentlelady has expired.
Okay. Guys, I'm Canadian. My friends in, like, the lower mainland in BC, growing up, they probably still have a fucking banana tree. And every year, it grows bananas. So yes, you can in fact grow bananas in North America. It's hard. You gotta do a lot to take care of the tree. But it's definitely possible. In the right place, let's fucking grok it. Is there a place anywhere in North America that could sustain banana production at scale? Cost is a non-factor. I want to see if it's possible, not if it's like viable, right? Possible, not viable. I think it is also an underestimation of how many bananas the country consumes. Yeah, I guess that's true, because the amount of landscape you would have for it versus entire companies, high humidity, war temperatures, frost-free conditions. Yeah, like BC, it doesn't really, like, it never really gets that cold, unlike Alberta, right? So Hawaii, so there's quite a bit of places. Like, those banana republics produce a shit ton of bananas. Yeah, because they're like, if you look at the scope of, like, I think Oompaville did a video on it.
Welcome to a Talk Stories.
Or Tales of... Maybe it was Joe Scott? No, I don't remember. But I remember watching a video on it. Like those banana... yeah, most of the country is bananas. Yeah, it's like 90% banana farms. Like, it's actually crazily insane, the amount of bananas. But that comes down to a... how do you say this? Like, at some point in time, right? There's going to have to be a reduction of stuff. Like, we're eventually going to get to a point where we've oversaturated, like, farmland, and we're going to basically, like, lose that farmland, and we're going to go into into a deficit of what we had produced, and it's going to look like we're running low on stuff, but it's just because we're so used to having so much that only having, like, 60% of that seems like we're actually running out of product. But it's just because we have so much. So there is, like, the you kind of shoot yourself in the foot by creating so much of a demand as a cultural thing, right? Like, I'd say a good way to show, like, cultural things are look at things that are outside of the country, that are not native to the country, that are extremely important to the people. Such as, like, for food, bananas. It's like, they don't naturally grow here, they don't naturally come from here, but on an average diet, pretty much everyone eats bananas. You're talking like 80-90% of people in, like, north, like, the West in general probably eat bananas. Whether you eat them like once a month or once a year, but it's like, it is like mixed in there, you know? It's like, oh hey, you got a banana, sweet. That's a lot. So that's, and it's all from an outside influence of like creating the marketing around it. Because one, you don't need bananas. Like, the only thing I can think of is bananas are like one of the easiest baby food because you can just auto mush it if you need to. But at this point, it's not really a necessity. There's tons of other shit, right? But going along with, we don't need it. It's just something that people have. So when we lose it, we're like, well, we used to have it, we don't have it anymore. So creating, like, this over-escalating amount of need for it, and then that just prompts all of this disastrous stuff to happen in order to accommodate that need. When, you know how people, like, do boycotts on stuff? You know what would be the easiest thing to boycott that would probably have the most effect in third world countries? Would be boycotting things like fruits. Like bananas, probably oranges, probably not apples, because apples grow, like, really well here and stuff. Besides, monocultures are often bad for the environment, like with avocados. You need a lot of water for avocados. In my country, the Central Valley is drying up because of the huge avocado plantations. They've been planting for years. They plant them on the hillsides, and as the soil dries out, the valley is exposed to mudslides when it rains. That's brutal, Raymond. I remember going to San Diego as a child. Central Valley was more or less green, almost like the Mediterranean. Today it looks like a desert. Here's another thing. Numbers are here arbitrary. Say that the Japanese TV is $100 and American TV is $120. Suddenly a 40% tariff is added. The Japanese TV is now $140, so the American TV is now $20 cheaper than the American one, right? Wrong. The American TV now costs $139 because why would you charge less? Exactly. That's a good point, Wombat. Crop rotation is important, too often overlooked. It's one of the main reasons for a lot of dystopian stories is there's some sort of disease that gets in crops, and the reason why it gets out of hand is because there's not a mixture of crops to stop it. So once it approaches a new crop, it just kind of instantly learns how to defeat that crop and then spreads. Now you've got like a super virus that kills crops, and it's basically killing everything. It's kind of like introducing the pine beetle into the pine forest in like BC and like the western coast of North America. Like the beetle just, it was so rampant because there was nothing there that could beat it. It just killed everything. As it happened with the potato famine in Ireland. Exactly. There's so many things that like we know about, but we do nothing to change. And it's even with extreme historical precedent for it. And that's the power of greed. And the not being held accountable. And not seeing into the future. Like, my personal example is cleaning my room. I never clean my room. Ever. Unless I need to. And I cleaned my room for the 24-hour stream because I was going to do a tour. Did I do the tour? No! But hey, I cleaned my room. So now I feel like I cleaned my room for no fucking reason. I was like, well, I just wasted time fucking organizing and figuring everything out. Putting shit away. Showing shit off. I was gonna show off all my cool shit, but no. There's an island in my country called Chiloe. There are about 1,000 species of potatoes there, and since I have family there, I know it's like Ireland, potatoes. Potatoes with everything. Ah, interesting. That's a good time. Another thing is that China just straight up has a larger economy. Companies need the Chinese market more than they need the American market. What will bring in more revenue? 300 million potential customers, over 2 billion. True. True. But that's kind of one of the things we need to build out is how the economy works in the book. That's why I kind of want to do all this stuff that has to do with economics, because there needs to be like trade between the tree, between the Adventurers Guild, between the main cities, between the Beastmen. So there's a lot of things that need to be facilitated of information that I don't have. So I could definitely consider this research. Donald is acting like we have all the cards. We don't have all the cards. Well, I mean, someone who... What's the biggest play to do in poker is to bluff. And what has basically every reigning leader, world leader, done over the past... all of human existence? Bluffed. And when do they fall? When their bluff is called. The United States has to import a lot of products and materials. They have a lot of them there, of course, but they import most of their raw materials. Yep. And that's why we're so like the Russia-Ukraine like rare minerals thing. Same with like the Dubai, Qatar, United Arab Emirate, and Saudi Arabia thing with rare earth minerals and oil. It's like, America has a lot, but we rely a lot more on importing those raw materials. My theory on his strategy with this is the following. If the U.S. buys more from other countries, then we are screwed if they close the value. The valve, sorry. If we sell more to other countries, then we can screw them if we close the valve. It's a power play. Agreed, Wombat. I could definitely see that being his thing, because that's a business decision. When you have a businessman in power as... And it's not just a businessman. He's like a TV star businessman who is also a scammer and possibly many other things. Look at Russia. After they invaded Ukraine, the EU shut their oil pipeline or something. Yep. I remember that. Haven't all his companies failed and only become president saved him from falling even lower? We were talking about this earlier, Raymond Dow. Can you truly call it a failed business if his business strategy is to create a business, declare bankruptcy on that business, and gain all of the insurance money? Because that's the scam that he plays. He makes business fails, declares bankruptcy, gets rich, starts new business, fails business, declares bankruptcy, gets even richer. It's an infinite money glitch. That's basically what it is. So it's like... And the idea that he does it on such a grand scale that everyone just assumes the business is going to fail anyways. So it's like everyone's just expecting it. So they just think he's dumb, but he's just raking in the money. Because he knows how to play the fucking system. So that's why I want him... Like, he's the most chaotic candidate because he knows how to fuck the bad guys in the ass. He knows where the fucking... He knows exactly where the fucking doors are, man. By being an entirely self-reliant nation, you can do imperialism with no repercussions beyond a military response to which the US is favored. Who will stop him from annexing Canada, Greenland, all of South America? His decisions are consistent with what would be necessary to form a modern empire in its growth stage. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't mind being the 52nd state. BC and Alberta, 51st, 52nd state. I am 100% on board with that. I'm down, brother. Take me in your ever-loving arms, my friend. I will be your American brother. A lot of people don't feel that way, though. Why hasn't the US taken any of it before? They love to talk about it, how they could all talk. You want my honest opinion? It's a logistics issue. It's a scaling and logistics issue. I don't even think it's NATO. I think it's just simply... We understand that for our population, we are such a massive amount of landmass, and we have such minimal amount of infrastructure compared to the size of our country. Same with specifically Canada. Like, Canada is 1/10 the population of America, but it's like 85% the size, 90% the size. So, like, we are just spread so far thin and across that there's no real point in absorbing Canada. And the only infrastructure you'd really want would be BC and Alberta. BC for hydroelectric power, Alberta for oil production. The rest of Canada is, like, fucking garbage. There's no reason to have that. North, it's complete shit. Like, once you get the north of Alberta entering the territories and stuff, it's like... You're not even up there for materials. You're up there just because where you fucking live. You're stuck there. Maybe a little bit of Saskatchewan. I don't know how much of that. BC to connect to Alaska to remove the 2 border crossings. That's another great point there, Sean. That's another great point. Perfect. And we could be called the Top Hat. And it would be BC, Alberta, and Alaska. So it'd be like this. So it'd kind of be almost like a top hat on top of America. I like that. We could be the top hat of America. Sign me up, boys! Sign me the fuck up! I'm down. Ah, shit! I'd have to learn the American anthem. I have absolutely no idea what the American anthem is. Does that mean I have to do an entirely new citizenship test? Fuck. America was founded in 1492, right? I saw once a diagram of global warming. Melting the ice caps forms a perfect trade channel between Canada and Russia, with a strait between Greenland and Canada that will be very important economically. That's pretty good, Wombat. That's pretty good, yeah. We wouldn't need the Panama Canal anymore because the entirety of Panama would be underwater. I mean, who needs nuclear weapons when we have Yellowstone? Who needs nuclear weapons when we have, I don't know what to call it, but you know, the, basically the earthquake that caused the tsunami that caused, Fukushima. Like, 150-foot waves type shit. So you'd sail from New York, up past Greenland, over the pole, between Alaska and Russia, then down to China. That would be an amazing route. That would be the new Northwest Passage, bro. It's interesting to think of the way that trade routes and stuff like that would change with, like, global, just like global rearrangement, I guess you could say. Like, think about how shit's gonna be in like 150, 300 years. And then think about things that are gonna be in like 3,000 years. Like, I don't know which way the continents are moving in each direction of which, but you know, it could open up new trade channels, it could close old trade channels. So, it's a very interesting thought. 3,000 years, Amazon will have tubes going across the world into every house and office building. You buy something in your house within 10 minutes. Fucking Futurama style. I doubt that, unless we get transporter tech, in which case it will just materialize on your pad. I think it'll just be done with drones. I think the idea of like infrastructure with tubings would just cost too much money. Magnetic acceleration in vacuum sealed pipes. Maybe underground, yeah. You know what? Maybe we could take all of the like underground electrical when we get like, you know, the next kind of stage of power, and we turn like all the fiber optic lines into like packaging tubes, basically. Using like current infrastructure to facilitate newer means. Like entirely redoing all, so there's absolutely no exposition here at all. Just pure dialogue. Will be fair for intercontinental shipping and to major shipping hubs within countries, but not to every house. I don't see that. Do you think we'll even have houses in 3,000 years? You will also be able to take a train from North America to Europe under the Atlantic. I could definitely see that 100%. That I see, providing the logistics were manageable. Real talk though, when are we covering the Sahara with solar panels? You know what, I saw this epic meme. And it was like, it showed a field, and it was like, why a field, not a car park? Just have like solar panels across like roads, parking lots, literally everywhere that's like not grass. Solar panels. Solar powered wipers that run once a day. Wipers would mar the solar panels and ruin them. There's better deserts for that, not as much sand. Yeah, I'd say sand, like Central Asia or Atacama. Yeah, I'd say a rocky desert versus a sand desert would be what you're looking for. Because sand would probably cause a lot of issues. What we're going to have to do here is we're making an entirely new kind of structure for editing. So we haven't done it with Pros yet. So we got to figure out what's going on with that. Aren't the hydroelectric dams covered in solar panels with wind turbines attached to the roof? No idea, Sean. That's a great idea. Stacking. Don't they know how powerful like multiplicative stacking can make you? Like, you don't just do one thing, you do like 12 different things all in like concentric circles that maximize your power within that area. Very smart, very smart. Why don't we have fusion yet? Hurry up, MIT. Everyone has been saying it in 30 years for the last 70 years. Okay, hear this out. Underground nuclear plants, like super deep under any water reserve, way down under all that. I mean, fair enough. I believe the power turbines produce heat when running, so since they have thermoelectric materials, why not insulate the power turbines with that to produce even more power from that power turbine? See, guys, this is what I mean by being in a think tank. Trump really hates windmills. It's kind of wild. Yeah, how many birds die from windmills versus how many birds die from skyscrapers. How many windmills has Trump built? How many skyscrapers has Trump built? How do you get power if the wind isn't blowing that day? Trump, our modern dawn. I don't know how to say that. Wind turbines are full of toxic materials and they don't last long. Every time they break, the whole thing gets buried. Yeah, windmills are not exactly the greatest. That's what happens when there's no serious thought put into... Better than drill, baby, drill at least. Though as far as I know, hydro is the best clean energy right now in terms of output. Actually, that's not true, Wombat. It's actually nuclear power. But people are just scared of nuclear power. But nuclear power is definitely the future. And people just think it's unsafe. I am Don whatever, the man of La Mancha. My destiny calls and I go. Okay. It's a direct quote from the Don Quixote movie, pronounced Quixote. Oh, Quixote? That's the guy from Once Piece, right? The guy that makes a banana republic by experimenting on kids. Never seen that. I've decided I'm not sleeping tonight. Have a meeting in 7 hours. Ha ha ha. Nice, Wombat. Yep, I feel that. I definitely feel that, brother. Rich, what is my issue today? It was right Don in Mexico who went nuts, hired a poor Mexican to be his squire, and went around fighting windmills thinking they were giants. Interesting. Never heard of that, Sean. Okay, now that we've got this, we can go here. We don't have one, but go here. Now we gotta set this up for, wait, we gotta go with, where is new dialogue only, AI grok dialogue, AI story outline. We need like a new one that's, developmental edit for prose. Step 1, context. The only reason I watched it was because of school. We had to read the book, then watch the movie for some stupid reason. I didn't learn a damn thing from either. Ah, good old school. Edit it. Okay, so we're just going to copy and paste this, and we're just going to change it to prose. Help me edit the prose for my story. Placeholder for the information needs to be said to progress the plot. Could you use this setting profile of my world to judge how the prose should be delivered? Step 2. Setting profile. Crystalline tree. A tree resembling an oak tree that is made from the crystallized consciousness of a celestial being, specifically the moon. Moon was pulled out of the sky by the monarch, and in the aftermath of the impact on planet, the shell broke, unleashing the pure consciousness on the world. Tree is the crystal features are that of a light sapphire, not quite white, not quite blue. It perfectly scatters light. Tree roots are sustained in energy by the lava flow of a massive crater volcano is caused by the moon's impact. Tree grew out of this massive volcano. Imagine if Mount Everest was a volcano cone, a tree growing out of it that reached into the atmosphere. Kilometers into the atmosphere. Where we looked this up before, but where does the actual like atmosphere end? Like, at what point is the lowest percentage of oxygen in the atmosphere at for leaving I guess better way to say this is at what height of the atmosphere is the air not breathable anymore? Eight miles. How far out of the atmosphere is 40 to 50 kilometers? This atmosphere doesn't have a sharp boundary, but it is generally divided into two layers of the troposphere, stratosphere, mesosphere, thermosphere, and exosphere extending outward. 40-50 kilometer range lies within the stratosphere, especially its upper regions, and just touches the lower edge of the mesosphere, which starts at about 50 kilometers. You're well above the troposphere where weather occurs, ending around 8 to 12 kilometers depending on latitude, and deep into the stratosphere where the ozone layer absorbs much of the sun's UV radiation. Air pressure here is less than 1% of sea level, and the air is far too thin to be breathable. Oxygen molecules are scarce, and humans would require pressurized suits or cabins to survive. At this point, how long could a human survive? GPB, welcome. How's it going? Low pressure, the atmospheric pressure. Only seconds to a minute without specialized equipment. Okay, so extrapolate only seconds to minutes without specialized equipment and add complete magical defenses. Like you were going into the ultimate raid and you had all of the defenses you would ever need. How effective do you think those defenses would be against an like the atmosphere and protecting you against the atmosphere? I think it'd be somewhat effective. So I think maybe based upon that logic, characters could survive for probably between 3 to 5 minutes. And we're talking the trunk of the tree needs to go high enough that the canopy is well above the cloud level. And so that the 40 to 50 kilometer mark at the peak, with like maybe 40 kilometers being the top of the, or like I guess the bottom of the canopy at the trunk, and then the 50 meter or 50 kilometer mark is the top of the canopy. So the entire canopy spans 10 kilometers, which is like 25% of it. I don't know what the statistics on an oak tree are, but I mean that sounds pretty decent, right? Like 3 lengths of trunk per length of canopy. So I think the 40 to 50 kilometer mark is like pretty fucking perfect. $40 top of the tree is at the 50 kilometer. At 50 kilometers above sea level. Look it up. What is the ratio of canopy width to trunk height on trees? I've already looked it up before, Sean, and I'm pretty sure it's like 75%. What is it? Ratio of oak tree canopy. Swaying tree crown size. I don't know. Data can be used to plan tree space and calculate base area. Yeah, this is too much for me. Layman's terms. Oh shit, Muffin! Welcome, welcome. How's it going?
Welcome, Raiders, to the stream.
How are you guys? Okay, let's just ask Grok.
Well, I will be there.
What is the average ratio of height of the trunk of an oak tree for versus the height of the canopy itself? Branches begin to grow off. How was the stream, Muffin? How far did you get? Did you finish the thing? Did you get to 100? Yeah, like 1 to 2 or 1 to 3. In a mature oak, say 60 to 80 feet tall, the trunk might be 15 to 25 feet tall. Canopy extends 35 to 65 feet above that. This suggests the trunk canopy ratio is roughly 1 to 2 to 1 to 3. Trunk height is part 1, canopy height is 2 to 3 parts. Younger oaks and those in dense forests may have higher trunk to canopy ratio, 1 to 1 or 1 to 2, due to longer, straighter boles and sharper canopies. In contrast, open-grown oaks often have shorter trunks and broader canopies, pushing the ratio towards 1 to 3 or 1 to 4. I think it's stating the width of the canopy. Cause okay, let's just put this into perspective here. See, this is the example that I'm thinking of. Right? It's more of a base than a canopy. But again, I mean, we always have this to also show. Right, so we got the trunk and then the canopy. So it's like if you look at the roots and the canopy and then the trunk, it's like the trunk is probably about 3/4, right? So that's what we're kind of imagining it at. So like 3/4 of the height. So in this case, it's actually bigger, but still, the trunk of the tree, where the canopy starts. Let's lower it down. Is at 30 kilometers. So so there's 20 kilometers of like basically trunks or branches and canopy, where all the branches are, right? And then at the top of that is the palace. 10 miles of trunk up to the base of the canopy, which is 10 miles across. Haven't finished the map yet. Checkpoint 81. I think the game is going to be at the same point as I left it, so I continue from there. 4 hours run so far. Damn, Muffin, that's crazy. But Sean, that's not necessarily the question that I'm asking. I'm not asking how wide is the canopy. I'm asking, okay, here's the trunk of the tree. At what point in time do branches start going? But the canopy would be 2 or 3 times as tall as the trunk. Okay. I think the best way to do this is to draw it out. So let's say this is the trunk. Then there's the branches, right? And then from these branches is the canopy. So the question here is, what is this length versus this length? Does that make more sense? So this is where like all processing and stuff happens inside of the tree, right? But these branches are where the actual like factories are. Like one of these is like the Adventurers Guild, one of these is the Crafting Guild, one of these is each branch of the government, and then up here is the palace, sitting like on top of everything. And then up here would be where they teleport them, to the top of the canopy to fight, because there'd still be more leaves and stuff extending out. But again, like I said, it's like fractals, so it's not necessarily that the branches will even have leaves on them. But I'm gonna chill for a bit. Sounds good, Muffin. So from what I heard you saying earlier, it would be 10 miles up to the first possible branch. Each branch would be 5 miles out from the trunk, and the canopy twigs would extend probably a mile from wherever they decide to sprout. You think it's that low to the ground? But none of... Sean, the thing is, none of the branches can sprout before the troposphere, where weather happens. All the branches are above that point in the atmosphere, which was about the 30 kilometer mark, or 40 kilometer mark. So where you no longer experience weather, there's no wind, there's no clouds. It's all above that. So the only thing you can see when you're looking up from the ground is just this trunk going up into the clouds, unless there's no clouds. And if there's no clouds, then you can see the rest of the canopy. But that's kind of like what I envision in my head, right? As like looking, like sitting on the ground and looking up at it. And all this just from trying to get this fucking description down. Okay, so then it's 30 kilometers to the first branch, and each branch is 15 kilometers, and twigs would be 6-ish kilometers. Yes, exactly. So something like that. Okay, so let's go back to what we were saying. The tree grew out of this massive volcano. Okay, finish that. Crystal features, light as sapphire, not quite. The light from the lava at the roots is the main source. Light in the tree. Due to how light reflects, it creates a 360 degree source that makes it so shadows do not exist in the tree. During the day, the roof of the, I guess you could say the roof of the caverns inside the tree would 20 kilometers across sound about right? Yeah, 20 to 25 kilometers across. And then it's like thicker at the base and thins out as it goes up. So it's probably more around 15 around the canopy at the top. During the day, the roof of the caverns inside the tree glow more yellow than orange, which depending on the brightness and color, time of day can be discerned. What else do we need to know? 3 species that live inside the tree are the octopi, avians, and insectoids. Monarchy controls police and military. The government is run by voted-in concubines of the monarch and the viceroy, which puts them as president and vice president. The Adventurers Guild is made up of people who wish to leave the tree and venture into the unknowns of the outside world. Canopy of the oak is 1 foot larger than the base diameter of the trunk, so if we're doing 30 kilometers for the canopy, then 25 kilometers for the base of the trunk. Sounds about right ratio. Nice. Like I said, it doesn't have to be specific, but that's like just getting a general idea of how actually fucking massive it is. What else do we need to know about the tree? Specifically for the story. The journeyman test is a test you must pass before you can leave the tree. Journeymen are like squires to knights, and adventurers are those knights. Once you pass the journeyman test and become a journeyman, you can be selected by an adventurer, and they can teach you the ways until they feel you are ready and knight you. Reasonably accurate, plus it would make cities in the base practical, while elitist towns and villages would exist further up the trunk. Yeah, so it's like the lower down the trunk you go, the more impoverished in essence that they are, even though, you know. Oh, and the main thing is, because of the power of consciousness from the crystal of the tree, anything inside of it is endowed with life energy that makes it so you do not need to eat, you do not need to sleep, there is no fatigue of the body or mind. Besides that which you make for yourself. I.e., people who get lost in their thoughts or don't have any. Stupid people. As well as no thirst and all injuries aside from beheading instantly heal. There is no disease. I think that's enough. I know that's a really long, but like it's really important to know for the story. The profile of the setting of the tree itself. Since the Adventurers Guild's inception 70 years earlier, there has been a small evolution of the old barter system into a currency currency system with game called Gil. It is made from the tree itself, and it's a sign of the power of the monarch. It has been used mainly in the tree as a means of purchasing and funding the goods and trade of the Adventurers Guild, creating a class system of people who only have the basic materials of the tree and the lavish life of people who can afford the materials from the outside world. This world is based on Final Fantasy and the bestiary of Final Fantasy. So any monster or material is of valid use. Valid to include. Anything else? We have a setting profile for the crystalline tree. Developmental edit for pros. Setting profile. And then on to step 3. Scene. For this one, we can start at the beginning, right? We just take this. Scene 1 goal. Oh wait, that's that. And then step 4, pros. And first off the bat, again, we're just going to add everything in and see how it plays with that. Because we like to go to the extremes before anything else. See how far we can push it. Because it needs the overall picture. Use the setting profile in to judge how the post should be delivered. I think that's good. Let's Let's just try it. We don't have one open, so let's just do this. And we're just going to give it the most basic, boom, run through. And see what it says about it. Ugh. Okay. Below, I've revised the prose for your scenes to enhance clarity, flow, and immersion while aligning with the fluid, vivid, fantastical setting of the crystalline tree and its Final Fantasy-inspired world. The revisions aim to deepen the emotional weight, refine character interactions, and reflect the unique atmosphere of a crystalline, light-scattering environment where life energy eliminates physical needs but amplifies emotional and mental stakes. Where did I ever say that? Maintain the structure of your scenes, goal, conflict, disaster, reaction, dilemma, decision, and filled in the blanks where the original prose was incomplete, ensuring consistency with the setting and plot progression. The tone balances the epic, adventurous spirit of Final Fantasy and the personal struggles of Duarte and avian youth navigating ambition and familial tension. Goal. Duarte seeks to connect with Hojin for personal lessons. Crystalline... Okay, well, let's just copy these over and then we'll see. Why did it go all the way to the bottom? What the fuck? Oh, because it's done? Oh, no, it's not done yet. Wait, is it done? No, it's on revision? Okay. So let's just see what it gives us. No, that's not what we want. We want all the pros. Goal 1. Two. Three. And of course, it added dialogue. But we'll see how that includes into it. So there's nothing for 2-1. So there's 2-1. 2-2. 2-3. That's all new. Oops, what am I doing? Getting too into this. There we go. Wait, this is 7-4. 7-5. Alright, well, let's see what's viable here. This is Duarte to know Hojin. Chamber's high ceiling pulsed with a gold glow, fading to a soft amber as the day waned within the crystalline tree. Duarte lingered at the back of the line, his avian wings tucked tightly against his back, their iridescent feathers catching the omnipresent light. The faint orange shimmer of the lava-lit floor danced beneath his taloned feet. his coiled tail. Students shuffled forward, offering parting words to Hojin, the veteran adventurer. Their voice is a mix of reverence. I don't know if you need to say that he's a veteran. It seems like too obvious. Their voice is a mix of reverence and youthful exuberance. Younger children spun tales of imagined heroics, their curfews pulling them away first. Duarte, though young, stood patiently, his sharp eyes fixed on the ground. He wanted more than a fleeting farewell. He craved Hojin's notice, a chance to prove his worth for private tutelage. Despite his best efforts, Duarte's patience frayed as he watched the line dwindle. Duarte's patience frayed as he watched the line dwindle. His gaze lifted to Hojin, whose weathered feathers and scarred beak radiated authority. Slithering past the older students, Duarte squared his shoulders, wings subtly flared to signal confidence despite the indignation simmering within. He bowed deeply before his mentor, the crystal walls amplifying the soft rustle of his feathers. Hojin, he began, voice steady. I've studied every tale you've shared. I'm ready for more. His words hung in the air, earnest but untested. Okay. So we take whatever dialogue is. And just separate it out. And then what we need to do is... Okay. This is chapter 2. Okay. This one over there. New dialogue. Prose. Okay. Then it's the introductions, we want all the pros, so we want this. Two. And then this would be where dialogue is. This would be Hojin dialogue. Oh wait, no, this isn't where I want to put it. Oh, Jen. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, this is kind of fucked. I'm like, where are all the points? Like, is this not the right one? Should have 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. Let's just start at 2.4? Okay, so I guess we just skip everything from there. And we go straight into this. I understand why. Damn it, this is the wrong one. I'm getting so confused here. Okay, so this is... God damn it. Okay, this is obviously the wrong one. Yeah, okay. That's what went wrong here. So we don't really get anything out of this. Or do we just do this? I think he does whatever that thing that he's supposed to do is. Shit, I've been putting it all on the wrong page. Oh, I don't think it really matters. So there needs to be some sort of narration here. Maybe that's where this needs to be. See, this doesn't seem to be anywhere in here. So this is going to be an odd out because it never happened. So this is all exposition. Okay, so we need Duart's dialogue. Nervous thing. She Revenge, happy Saturday. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Hell yeah, we were just doing some editing and we got all the prose separated, we got all the dialogue separated. Now we need to put all the prose and all the dialogue. Shy Revenge, nice. Go back to, you know, fitting it all together and see where we fucked up in the structure of it, because there's a bunch of pieces missing as far as I can tell. But are you a reader? Are you a writer? A purveyor of ideas? Do you enjoy storytelling, spreading ideas, and using your imagination in tales that twist and turn, and eventually you wind up wishing you had never heard the story? Bit of the above? Ah, nice. Do you have a current work in progress? Do you have any, you want to join the Discord? Working on editing my first finished product. Ooh, sounds good. We've got the public stories if you want me to read any of your stories, and we have Writers Unleashed community where you can post anything that you have posted online. Free promotion for pretty much anything. Feel free. But yeah, I'm glad to have you in here. My story this is a prequel to my main book. Basically, this is a development of the Adventurers Guild and how the dark side of the Adventurers Guild works, like the black market, the underground, and everything like that, and the measures that the Adventurers Guild takes in order to prevent the most amount of that. But the biggest problem is it's all facilitated by the Monarch's lost bloodline, so there's kind of some, you know, mutually assured destruction. If the criminals tell, you know, anyone about the bloodline's fucked, and if the bloodline tells anything about the criminals, well, they'll expose themselves, so it's perfect. Except I keep losing what the I am because I have so many files. Okay, we're separating out the dialogue here. We are replacing it. So that's just that. So this is Cullis dialogue. Wait, if we're in 3.6, why is Hojin? Where did we go in 3.6? So they don't have any... They don't have anything going up to... Like they reached the front of the line, last two remaining. Okay, we really went off the page here, because there's no sign of them... what the hell? So this is unrevised. Because they're supposed to be basically like Hojin, or Cullis is supposed to be blocking Hojin's view of Duarte. And Duarte's supposed to be like talking behind him during this conversation. And then when they get to the front of the line, he's like, wait, where's Duarte? God damn it, Cullis. Why you keep doing this shit? So we need... I don't know why there's Cullis starting off, so we just kind of can delete that. We've got Hojin's dialogue here. Once again, he's calling out... Oh, it's stuck in the middle here. That's why. Okay, as they reach Hojin at the front of the line, the veteran side, sensing their scheme. Okay, and that's when... Okay, so I just had it, like, embedded in the other one. So again, I don't know why Cullis was speaking. Maybe that was the end of the old one? But yeah, we don't need this. This is almost actually like a response up here to this before we go to the next part of the scene. And then the next part of the scene should just be them reaching the front of the line. This is just mainly like conversation. It's supposed to be master. And then this is just straight dialogue back and forth. I like this line, so we're just gonna throw it in. Right after this, so it's between here and here. This is suit D. Cullis dialogue into Cullis dialogue separated by that. And it's like the resignation, which should be right there, of his thoughts. And then Hojin's response to that before they leave. Perfect. Now this is Cullis's. Yeah, we already got that. So we got scene 5, scene 1. So this one we're gonna have to separate out. In chamber, amber light shifting to orange. Evening deepened. Okay, so we have dialogue here. So this is 5-1. Just itched a flashback. My first ever anime experience, Unico in the Island of Magic. Luckily, it's on YouTube for free. Nice, Sean. Hell yeah, bro. Okay, I don't know why this isn't in there either, because this should be like... This is Cullis's view of Violer, which is extremely important, because, like, they're together and stuff, right? So... And this is where she calls him out on what he's saying. So this still needs... This is rough. This still needs to be edited. But apparently we missed it. Because with doing everything, sections just get, like, stuck out. Because I'm never consistent. I'm always going back and forth like an idiot all over the place when I never remember where anything is. And same with this. No, wait, this one is up here. Again, these things are just combined. Okay, hold on, wait. Yes, deeply into sheep. Closer wrapping an arm around it playfully. Actually, I know you're dodging. Whoops. One day I'll figure it out. We into 5-2 yet? No, not yet. And then she sends him off. Whoops. I think this one's backwards as well. Oh man, my head's going all kinds of places. We're probably gonna have to call it a day here though, boys. We're almost, well, yeah, we're almost halfway through. You know, we got 3 more scenes left, but they're pretty big scenes, so might have to do a little bit of critiquing, but I mean, so far, like 80% of it seems pretty solid. So We'll see how it goes. But I got fixed. I mean, it's just so annoying. It's just literally copy and pasting. It just takes so long to get everything back together. That's why I was like, I wish there was a program that, for instance, if you had like the main page and like you copied something from it onto another page and you changed that, whatever you changed there originally changed there. So you didn't have to go back through and update everything as you do, because I separate all the dialogue, all the prose, all the narrative, like all the senses individually, and then make sure that they make sense on their own, and then combine everything back together. But in the combining back together process, shit gets lost, overlooked, and flipped around, and that's where everything goes wrong, because I'm like, this is clearly an original draft sentence, not an edited sentence. And it's like, I know because of the reason why I made that. Very true. Wish there was a program that helped writers in that aspect. I'm surprised there's not. Like, I don't know anything about coding, but like, if I could take this, for instance, and copy it and paste it here, and as I changed this, anything I copied over would change as well. Like, how is there not a program that doesn't do that? That seems like that's like one of the most important things you would want to be able to do. So I was like, if it doesn't exist, you know what? I'll make my own website that does it, and I bet you it'll pop off, because I know that going back after you've changed things and making sure the original draft has all the changes in it is so time consuming that if it just automatically did it for you and it was all based on literally just copy and paste using like the identity of the copy and paste, I don't know how it would be done, but I bet you could fucking do it and just no one's done it, or someone did it really shittily. I don't know. But I was talking to Beezus because he said he kind of made a program that kind of did that. I still haven't figured out because he hasn't been around for a while, so I haven't been able to talk to him about how to get it working. But if I could get that working, dude, I think that would be sick. Because, yeah, the editing process is, like, literally the worst. And the way that I fucking do it, because I don't use, like, third-party programs. I just use Notepad. And I just fucking do it all from memory. And I just know which ones are edited and which ones are baseline, because normally with all the baseline, I have a reference. And with all the edited, I don't have a reference. And that's how I can tell. I'm like, oh, I remember making this sentence. But, fuck you guys. Thanks for hanging around. Thanks for coming out. We had a great day today. We did a lot of editing. We got through the reacts, which is pretty good. We did a lot on the commentary. That commentary actually went fucking super deep, guys. A lot more so than I expected, because with every time, usually I'm like, oh, can I ask another question? Can I push the boundaries of this? Are we asking the right question? Was the question asked in the right way? Did we give enough context? So, I think we got a pretty good fucking answer out of it, which is pretty great. And, remember, guys, you are fucking amazing. Never stop being you. Never stop writing. Always press your goals. Never take an excuse for granted. And as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Hell yeah, Brew. Have yourself an awesome rest of your Saturday. Sounds great, man. I hope to see you again in the next one. We stream every single day, same time. We are always here, except for yesterday, because that was after the 24-hour stream, so we were literally just catching up. So that's the one day of the year we're gonna miss. But that's the way that it goes. So, you know, kill all your points before we get that raid out. Who we raiding today? Who knows? Let's see. Woe is the lucky one who will bring on the end of what it is to be the stream. We know who we got, guys. Get your wheels ready! Here we go. Do we have enough people on Kick? Yes, we apparently have enough people on Kick. We can host. It's a rarity, but it happens sometimes. Let's do it before we lose one of them. And we can't do it anymore. Host channel. Who are we hosting? Essentia was on. But she doesn't appear to be on anymore. Here we go. Mallory's good. She's got a dog. Everyone loves dogs. Let's go. Oh, we all love us a dog and doganays. True, true, true.